Chapter 1692. How to kill him? Long Chen had originally thought that he only needed to kill the other party one last time. He did not expect there to be other problems. The blue-haired lady was probably the person who understood the city lord of the wrong the most. Although she was a little cunning and had once pretended to be pitiful to trick Long Chen into letting her go, Long Chen still trusted her on this matter. He asked as he fought the city lord of the wronged, "What should I do?" The blue-haired lady giggled. "During the time you sealed me, I gained some understanding of you. Apart from the god-slaying sword, you also have a strange weapon that can directly harm the primordial spirit. That weapon is very effective against the city lord of the wronged. As for the god-slaying sword, he is also afraid of it because it is a sword of death and can suppress his rebirth. Your black sword and the god-slaying sword can destroy his primordial spirit and suppress his rebirth. At the same time you have a sword of purification. The Six Paths Immortal Sword." At this point she concluded, "When the three swords combine and pierce his body at the same time, I will use the life extraction technique to completely kill him." Three swords combine? He and Lingxi looked at each other. It seemed like they needed to borrow Lingxi's strength. This was the most crucial moment. On one side, Long Chen and the city lord of the tragic city were engaged in a frenzied battle. This part of the starry sky was riddled with holes. If this battle had taken place in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, then the Myriad Kingdom's domain would have long been destroyed. Long Chen's massacre dragon seal and heavenly slaughtering blood sword from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, as well as the void ether dragon's illusionary shadows and eternal split moment, could not do anything to the other party. The city lord of the wrong's attack could not kill Long Chen either. The two were locked in a deadly battle. Around them, stars exploded one by one, and space shattered. There was no place within a radius of thousands of miles that was unscathed. "I can help." After hearing the blue-haired lady's words, Lingxi and Li Xuanji said in unison. Unexpectedly, they had the same idea. The two looked at each other awkwardly. Li Xuanji said, "I should be able to find an opportunity for you to attack." Just like back in Wuji Star City, when the true Martial Emperor Palace team was formed, it was basically Li Xuanji who was looking for an opportunity for Long Chen to attack. "I can use the Six Daos Immortal Sword to coordinate with Chen's attack," Lingxi said with a determined look. Long Chen did not want them to take the risk, but at this point, he did not have a way to deal with the city lord of the wronged. He could only nod and say, "All right, let's go according to the plan. Xuanji will go first." Normal attacks could no longer defeat the city lord of the wronged. At that moment, Long Chen's 20,000-meter-long body instantly transformed into a human. Wielding two swords, his body was enveloped in blood-colored illusory flames. The body of the divine dragon was Long Chen's strongest form. Seeing that he did not use the body of the divine dragon, the city lord of the wronged found it strange. He returned his body to its original form and sneered, "How is it? Finally learning to give up?" Without another word, Long Chen wielded the two swords in his hands and turned into a bloody arrow. His eyes were extremely cold as he charged at the city lord of the wronged. The two swords in his hands activated the god-slaying sword at the same time. The power of the true god-slaying sword was ferocious and powerful. It was just a sword, but it instantly closed in on the city lord of the wronged, making him feel like he could not resist it. Child's play. The city lord of the wronged did not care at all. He retreated more than 100 meters, black mist rolling in his hands, condensing into tens of thousands of long snakes, blocking Long Chen's path. Long Chen could only use the god-slaying sword and Lingxi's sword to cut these tens of thousands of long snakes first. He continued charging forward, his undying fighting spirit once again descending in front of the city lord of the wronged. "Looks like you're exhausted to the core?" The city lord of the wronged laughed savagely. His most precious thing was now in Long Chen's god kingdom. As long as he got it, he would be able to win. So this time, there was no way he could escape. Just as he neared the city lord of the wronged again, Li Xuanji reminded him. At that moment, Long Chen opened up a thumb-sized hole in the god kingdom. In this small opening, a black divine needle shot out in a shocking instant. In the domain of the black needle, the city lord of the wronged's vision, hearing, and even touch disappeared in an instant. His entire body was in a state of complete unconsciousness. This was darkness. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that the city lord of the wronged did not even know to dodge. His only water blue eye was pierced by Li Xuanji's black needle and exploded. But even so, the city lord of the wronged did not scream. In fact, the city lord of the wronged did not even realize that he had been hit. If Li Xuanji said that she could create an opportunity, then she could definitely do it. Long Chen and Lingxi were already prepared. When the black needle shot out, the two of them made their moves. Long Chen used the God Slayer incantation, and two long swords instantly pierced through the city lord of the wrong's left and right chest. Lingxi's Six Paths fairy sword carried the purifying power of the Mistress Su and stabbed into the city lord of the wrong's lower abdomen from Long Chen's side. Feeling the city lord struggle, Long Chen steadied the sword in his hand and used the eternal moment. At the same time, he used two massacre dragon seals on the city lord of the wrong's body, inflicting devastating damage. The three swords combined into one had a huge effect. Under Li Xuanji's black needle, the city lord of the wronged had not yet regained consciousness. At this moment, the blue-haired woman descended above the city lord of the wronged. Her tender fingers as white as snow pressed down on the city lord of the wronged's head. In an instant, blue light completely covered her and the city lord of the wronged. At this time, the effect of the black needle had worn off. The city lord of the wronged felt such an injury, and under the shocking pain, he was furious. However, Long Chen's eternal moment had trapped him, rendering him unable to move for a short period of time. It was precisely because of this short period of time that the blue-haired woman activated the true secret technique of death. At this moment, the city lord of the wronged screamed even more miserably. He struggled madly, and a huge force instantly tore apart the control of the eternal moment. Whether it was Long Chen, Lingxi, or the blue-haired woman, under his struggle, they were like little boats in a stormy sea, in danger of being shaken off at any moment. Once they were shaken off, all their previous efforts would be in vain. "Get out of my way! You want to kill me? Dream on!" The city lord of the wronged roared madly. His body was like a giant beast, struggling again and again, giving Long Chen and the others a huge blow. Lingxi was right next to him, and Long Chen absolutely could not let him escape. Hence, at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he became even crazier than the city lord of the wronged. Lingxi's sword was still stabbed into the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen pulled out the god-slaying sword, and like a madman, he stabbed the city lord of the wronged again and again. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar. "How dare you touch my people? How dare you hurt my brother? I swore a long time ago that I would make you pay. You have 9 lives. Do you still have any left? I will kill you. Resist me." The god-slaying sword was raised again and again, and in a short moment, the city lord of the wronged's body was like a hornet's nest. It was riddled with holes, and fresh blood stained Long Chen's body. When the city lord of the wronged's horribly struggling body finally went limp, Long Chen was still madly stabbing. He had too much anger and hatred in his heart that he wanted to vent. "Chen, he's dead," Lingxi reminded him softly. Only then did Long Chen react. Under his repeated stabs, the city lord of the wronged was no longer human. He looked at the crazed Long Chen with extreme shock, pain, and even fear. Even though both of his eyes had exploded, Long Chen could still feel the city lord of the wronged's fear towards him. At the last moment, the blue-haired lady above his head exerted all her strength to extract the city lord of the wronged's body, turning it into dead ashes that completely dissipated from this world. Long Chen held both swords in his hands and pulled Lingxi's delicate body into his arms. He looked around in a daze. "Is he really dead?" Long Chen looked around in a daze. Lingxi did not know either. In her impression, the city lord of the wronged was an unkillable monster. His repeated rebirths had scared her. The entire starry sky was a mess, and there were fragments of stars everywhere. At this time, the blue-haired lady had ended her secret technique and landed in front of Long Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she smiled at Long Chen. "Can't you just look at your sister's statue in your god kingdom to see if he's really dead?" Long Chen finally reacted. That's right, the reason why he killed this guy was to revive his sister. At this time, Yang Lingqing, who was in the god kingdom, finally returned from her statue state to her living state. She first sensed her state in shock, then looked around in a daze. The first people she saw were naturally Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten. Sister Xuanji, and she and Li Xuanji were master and disciple at the beginning, but later on, they were like sisters. Li Xuanji did not teach her anything, so they cancelled their master-disciple relationship and called each other sisters. "Where's my brother?" Yang Lingqing asked in a daze. At this time, Long Chen asked everyone to come out of the God Kingdom. Seeing Long Chen, Yang Lingqing finally felt relieved. She looked around in a daze and said, "Brother, why am I here?" Yang Lingqing had come back to life. Long Chen almost burst into tears. He took a deep breath and the knot in his heart was finally untied. The city lord of the wronged was completely dead this time. Through the Wuji star dragon diagram, Long Chen could see the ghost kings dying from the perspective of the Desolation Emperor. All the power that belonged to the city lord of the wronged had completely disappeared from this world. Even the people who had turned into ghosts suddenly recovered after the curse was lifted. Everyone looked around in a daze, as if they were experiencing a dream. The power that belonged to the city lord of the wronged had completely disappeared from Yi Futu, Tian Yuanzi, and the demonic dragon palace lord. They were surrounded by experts and looked around in a daze. Gradually, fear appeared in their eyes. Chapter 1693. Long Chen was the one who felt the most emotional. In the face of Yang Lingqing's questioning, he calmed himself down and told Yang Lingqing everything that had happened after leaving the Shadow Devil realm. He described everything in a very casual manner, and no one knew how dangerous it had been. After listening to everything, Yang Lingqing's face was lifeless. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gently leaned into Long Chen's arms and began to cry. This scene was very beautiful to everyone. Everything about Long Chen and Long Qinglan in Baiyang Town was just a memory that Long Qinglan had created for others. Long Chen was indeed in Baiyang Town, but in reality, he had no blood relations with the people of Baiyang Town, including Yang Lingqing. But in their hearts, blood relations were no longer important. They were siblings born on the same day, the same month, and the same year. No matter what, she was Long Chen's most beloved sister. And to Yang Lingqing, Long Chen would always be her respected brother. Although there was still some admiration, this was normal even for other siblings. This peace of mind lasted for a very long time. The blue-haired woman broke this peace. She smiled seductively at Long Chen, and her sweet voice rang softly in Long Chen's ears. "Then goodbye. But I think we will meet again in the future, little brother." She did not say her name. After finishing off the city lord of the wronged, she swayed her hips and left Long Chen's sight. "Who is this woman?" The three women who remained asked the same question at the same time. They finally understood after Long Chen's awkward explanation. Long Chen suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Xiao Lang, Kitten, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and his sister Yang Lingqing. This seemed to be the first time the six of them had gathered together. They all knew each other, but this seemed to be their first real gathering. The most important people in his life were all right in front of him. They were both safe and had a bright future ahead of them. This was the happiest thing in the world. Long Chen first explained the situation in the three great imperial domains to them to calm them down. This was the Myriad Kingdoms domain, and it was also the hometown in their memories. After returning here, everyone naturally missed it very much. "Brother, are we going home to have a look?" Yang Lingqing asked excitedly. Baiyang Town was the place where Lingxi and Long Chen had met. Yuanling City was the base of Long Chen and Xiao Lang. It was also the place where he had met Li Xuanji. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Let's come back later. I have to go back to the three great imperial domains first. Zhenwu Great Emperor and Demonic Dragon Palace Lord are about to undergo their tribulations. Let's clean up the mess there and come back again. What do you think?" "Okay." There would be many opportunities in the future. Yang Lingqing was not in a hurry. They all knew that Long Chen respected Zhenwu Great Emperor. Now that Zhenwu Great Emperor was about to face the most important moment, Long Chen could not travel and reminisce before returning. If he returned too late, Zhenwu Great Emperor would probably. In Long Chen's life, this was a person who was like a teacher and a father, but also a person who was nothing at all. After deciding, Long Chen let them all enter the kingdom of God and decided to hurry on his own. After all, he was the fastest. After advancing for about 100 miles, Long Chen stopped in shock. He suddenly sensed something terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw a tall man standing behind him. Long Chen was unable to describe the might this person gave him. This was a man wearing golden battle armor. His entire body was shining brightly, and there was an image of a divine dragon engraved on his armor. He gave off a domineering aura. This man was even more imposing. He looked masculine and handsome, full of a strong impact. His eyes were full of lethality, and no one dared to look directly at him. Such a person had followed him for hundreds of meters, but he had not noticed him. He was right behind him. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to have any malicious intentions. However, Long Chen could be sure that the other party's realm and combat strength were definitely above that of the city lord of the wronged. This was also the first person that Long Chen had felt powerless against at this stage. Most importantly, the other party was also a dragon warrior, probably a fire-type dragon warrior. Long Chen quickly suppressed his shock. The 3 regions and 9 worlds were only a core of the dragon sacrificial continent. The dragon sacrificial continent was so huge, and there were countless other cores and areas that needed to be explored. There must be countless experts in them. Moreover, the Eternal God Domain had gathered the top experts. Although he was the overlord of the 3 regions and 9 worlds, he could not be considered the strongest expert of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Seeing that the other party did not have too much malicious intent, Long Chen calmed down and asked with cupped hands, "May I ask who you are? Why are you following me?" The man wearing the golden divine dragon armor answered straightforwardly, "I am the Dragon Soul General sent by the Eternal God Domain to guard the lower realms. I guard more than 20 cores in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. My name is Aozhan." Long Chen was stunned by the other party's identity. He did not expect that he was actually from the Eternal God Domain. The Eternal God Domain was high and mighty. The lower realms were so huge and there were so many mortals. It was actually reasonable that they would send people down to guard them. Moreover, this Aozhan was able to control more than 20 cores. Even in the Eternal God Domain, his status must not be low. He should be someone who far surpassed Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a God Domain expert who far surpassed everyone on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, be it talent or strength. The Eternal God Domain was his true hometown, and it was also Long Qinglan's hometown. Long Chen had always yearned for this place. It was the place that he was destined to go. Dragon Soul General? This name was so mighty. It must be related to dragon warriors. Long Chen asked, "Sir Dragon Soul General, may I ask if you have any instructions for following me?" The Dragon Soul General called Aozhan said, "Your battle caused too much of a commotion. I have been cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years, but I did not expect a battle of this level to happen here. Fortunately, you did not involve mortals. Otherwise, I will definitely hold you responsible." This guy didn't know that the City Lord of the Wronged was the overlord of the Eternal God Domain from countless years ago. If he knew, he might be stunned. Long Chen pondered for a moment. The matter of the City Lord of the Wronged was already in the past. If the people of the Eternal God Domain found out, they would definitely investigate and implicate him. At that time, he would be too exposed, which was not a good thing. Therefore, since the other party didn't know about the City Lord of the Wronged, Long Chen didn't say much. Instead, he said, "As an expert, it is my responsibility to protect the weak. The other party intended to destroy all living beings, so everything I did was what I should do." The Dragon Soul General very much agreed with Long Chen's sincere point of view. He said, "You have a pure heart, are young and promising, and have great potential. You are a very good seedling, and you are also very responsible. Otherwise, I would have held you responsible long ago for causing such a huge commotion in the fringes of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent." Long Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, if this guy had appeared a little earlier, he wouldn't have had to risk his life to deal with the City Lord of the Wronged. Of course, if the City Lord of the Wronged really came back to life, this Dragon Soul General wouldn't be his match. Long Chen didn't have the intention to take credit, so he suppressed this matter in the bottom of his heart. At this time, Dragon Soul General Aozhan finally revealed his intention of following Long Chen. He said, "According to the public laws of the Eternal God Domain, you already possess the battle prowess of the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but you are not even 1,000 years old. Among the mortals in the lower realm, your talent has broken through the limits, and you have already surpassed some geniuses in the Eternal God Domain. According to the Eternal God Domain's rules, people like you must enter the Eternal God Domain to receive higher levels of training and experience a higher level of the world. You are not qualified to stay in the lower realm and disturb the order. Therefore, the reason why I followed you is to bring you to the Eternal God Domain." Hearing this news, Long Chen didn't know whether he should start or not. He had already decided that he would go to the Eternal God Domain one day, but he wasn't sure when. It would be best if it was a few years later, or even a decade later. He still didn't know the method to go to the eternal God domain, so it was a good thing that someone was bringing him. However, from what the other party said, it seemed like he wanted him to bring him away immediately. Long Chen asked, Lord Divine General, you mean to bring me to the eternal God domain immediately? Violent Battle was very amiable. He said, according to the laws, of course. Your talent is extraordinary and rare in the lower realm. In 100 years, you might reach a level where you are invincible in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Such a person is very dangerous to the eternal God domain. Long Chen naturally understood this problem. The eternal God domain was like a divine court that controlled the mortals in the lower realm. Long Chen's talent was already a threat to the people in the eternal God domain. He was an unstable factor, and the eternal God domain wouldn't allow unstable factors to exist in the lower realm. Therefore it was like recruiting him. Long Chen said, I just dealt with my opponent, and there are still many things I need to do. I have to go to the eternal God domain, but I hope that you'll give me some time on account of the fact that I saved countless people. Hearing this, the Dragon Soul General was silent for a moment. He said, all right, I can give you 1 year at most. 1 year later, I will come and find you as promised. 1 year. Although time was a little tight, 1 year was more than enough to deal with the matters of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The Dragon Soul General didn't force him to do anything, so Long Chen gladly accepted his request. However, from the Dragon Soul General, Long Chen seemed to see a miniature version of the eternal God domain. It was dignified, strict, and cold-blooded like a god that ruled over all living beings. Long Qinglan was born in this kind of world. After giving Long Chen a year's time, Ao Zhan disappeared. Long Chen and the others looked at each other and could only smile bitterly. But the battle never stopped. P.S. The Emperor Domain storyline has ended. Personally, I feel that I completed it better than I expected. In retrospect, I have no regrets. Chapter 1694. After the Dragon Soul Divine General left, Long Chen brought the 5 most important people in his life back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. The news of Long Chen's final victory had been spread to everyone through the mouth of the Desolation Emperor. Of course, the people present could roughly guess that Long Chen had obtained the final victory when they saw the 10 great ghost kings die and the evil energy dissipate from Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi's bodies. The news of the victory spread like wildfire in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Countless people who were fleeing in panic stopped in their tracks and fell to the ground, crying bitterly. The doomsday that they had thought was over was just like that. The disciples of the Emperor Palace quickly returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace after settling their affairs in the area they were stationed in. In their hearts, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were already godlike existences because they had saved the common people. The experts of the 3 regions and 9 realms also gathered outside the true Martial Emperor Palace, waiting for the return of Long Chen and the others. To be exact, it was the return of the heroes. When they saw Long Chen and the others appear on the horizon, everyone let out a deafening cheer. The grievances between the 3 regions and 9 realms, big and small, could be said to have come to an end after this disaster. At least for the next few hundred years, everyone would remember what happened today and live in harmony. Long Chen, Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, Kitten, and Yang Lingqing. 6 young people walked into the view of the crowd. Among them, the most eye-catching was Long Chen. Long Chen was the core of this group and also the strongest, smartest, and most tenacious of all the geniuses. A large number of Emperor Palace experts returned to their homes and joined the team to welcome Long Chen. In front of countless experts, the 2 martial sovereigns, the 4 sword sovereigns, the 6 demonic sovereigns, and the remaining 8 realm lords were looking at Long Chen with agitation in their eyes. Among them, the Desolation Emperor and the true Martial Emperor were sitting cross-legged on the ground. They had yet to recover from their injuries. When they came back, everyone's blood was boiling. They cheered and worshipped. Even Hall Master Hanwu, who had once suppressed Long Chen, had tears in his eyes. This was a welcome to the unparalleled hero. Long Chen wasn't used to such a scene, but he knew that his status was different now. Right now, he was the ruler of the world. He stood at the peak of the 3 regions and 9 realms. He only had 1 year left. Long Chen quickly walked in front of the true Martial Emperor. As for the Desolation Emperor, he was still under the control of Long Chen. The true Martial Emperor also stood up silently. His body was thin and bloodless, but his face was covered with tears. He looked at Long Chen with excitement and gratification. He grasped Long Chen's arms tightly and said gratefully, "Child, you did it. I am proud of you, proud of you." For an old man like him, Long Chen had helped him fulfill his lifelong wish. When he was about to kneel down, Long Chen held him up. Mo Xiaolang and the others stood quietly behind Long Chen, enjoying the moment of peace and tranquility after the battle. They had always been tense, especially Long Chen. One problem after another that was difficult to solve came one after another. Only today could he say that he had let go of everything and could finally have a good rest. You don't have to worry about the 3 regions and 9 realms. With the death of the city lord of the wronged, all the factions have sent people to reassure the people. True Martial Emperor Palace's imperial star has suffered great losses, but with the help of hundreds of millions of disciples, it will be restored to its former glory in less than a year. We have won completely. Only the life and death of these 2 fellows will be up to you. The true martial emperor pointed at Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi. They were already trapped. As for the demon dragon palace master, he wasn't one of them. At the moment, he was with Long Xing, looking at Long Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen walked up to Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi. When the 2 saw Long Chen, they were terrified and shrank back a few steps. Everyone was curious about what Long Chen would decide. Would he be benevolent or bloodthirsty? Long Chen stared at the 2 of them. He looked at Yi Futu and said slowly, "I remember you saying that we are living under the torture of the heavenly Tao. But you have obtained eternal life, right?" Yi Futu took a deep breath and said, "I won't answer you. You've already won. I admit defeat, but I've also contributed to the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen, you don't have the right to kill me. If you kill me, it will only expose your cruel and vengeful nature. You are not qualified to be a hero." Just as he finished speaking, Long Chen's Lingxi sword had already pierced his throat. Under Long Chen's powerful force, Yi Futu collapsed to the ground. Everyone was silent. They had once again witnessed Long Chen's ruthless methods. In fact, many people thought that Long Chen would let them go. After all, the great calamity was over, and there were few experts left. He couldn't kill anymore. But even if Long Chen killed them, no one could say anything. This was Long Chen's style. Next was Tian Yuanzi. He looked at Long Chen in horror. "I hate people like you who betray your own kind the most. If Kitten hadn't received the news, the 80 million people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would have died at your hands. Your sins are too heavy, Tian Yuanzi." This made the silver-haired man despair. He knelt on the ground and said hurriedly, "Forgive me, I was just blinded by greed. Don't kill me. There are many people in the ancient Yuan spirit world who need me. Please don't kill me." But Long Chen shook his head. "I will not let such a heartless person live in this world." If he didn't need to go to the eternal life sacred domain a year later, he might not have killed Tian Yuanzi. But he had to leave a year later. Given Tian Yuanzi's strength, no one in the true martial emperor palace could stop him. Long Chen couldn't let this hidden danger live. He ended Tian Yuanzi's life in front of everyone's shocked eyes. This returning hero was more ruthless than they had imagined. But they didn't know that Long Chen had no choice but to make up his mind. He didn't choose to explain. "I was just exercising my responsibility." After saying this, Long Chen returned to Zhenwu Great Emperor's side amidst the silence. Emperor? Well done," True Martial Emperor said with a nod. Long Chen felt much more at ease. He could vaguely feel the changes in the lightning and flames. "It's time to go." True Martial Emperor smiled and said to the Demon Dragon Palace Master, who was still explaining things to Long Xing. The Demon Dragon Palace Master nodded and brought Long Chen to Long Chen. He said, "Long Chen, remember to take care of Long Xing. If I die, he will be the new Demon Dragon Palace Master." The moment he was most reluctant to part with had finally arrived. True Martial Emperor's Nirvana Tribulation was about to arrive, and the Demon Dragon Palace Master's Nirvana Tribulation had come early because of the recent battles. When the moment finally arrived, Long Chen found himself helpless. He could only say to the Demon Dragon Palace Master, "You still have a good chance. I can help you a little." The Demon Dragon Palace Master smiled and shook his head. "No need. I can rely on myself. This is fate. If I can't, then I've lived enough. No one can defy the heavenly Tao. You have great potential, So don't do something like helping others pass the nirvana tribulation. Moreover, I still have some power to fight back, but the great emperor. There was still a glimmer of hope for the demon dragon palace master. But true martial emperor could do nothing. Mo Xiaolang came forward and said, "Big brother, I should be able to help with the Hellfire Star giant beast, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, true martial emperor smiled and shook his head. "Child, there's no need. I want to go by myself quietly." "Why?" Long Chen asked excitedly. When he returned, he had been racking his brains to think of a way to help them pass the nirvana tribulation. True martial emperor's eyes were peaceful. There was no nervousness before the great tribulation. The elder said in a calm tone, "The heavenly Tao is ruthless. Life and death are predestined. Billions of living beings exist under the rules of the heavenly Tao. You can help one, but you can't help billions. You are still young and full of fighting spirit. But you must remember that there is something in this world that cannot be resisted, and that is the heavenly Tao." He narrowed his eyes, raised his head to look at the sky, and said, "Look at this sky, it's endless, it's our prison. We are born within the rules, so we must act according to the rules." Long Chen couldn't accept his point of view. At least, he couldn't stand by and watch Zhenwu Great Emperor be destroyed by the nirvana tribulation. He had originally planned to let Mo Xiaolang absorb some of the Hellstar fire in the surroundings. Although it was extremely risky, it wasn't impossible. Just as he was about to refute, true martial emperor laughed and said, "Child, you don't understand me. I have lived long enough. My last concern is gone. It's time for me to go. The people who were at the same time as me are all dead now. Ling Su has also left. The memories I have in this world are enough for me. Forcefully going against the heavenly Tao to continue living won't do me any good. Can you not keep an old man who needs to be freed? I have no regrets in this life. It's time to go." True martial emperor's words shocked Long Chen greatly. Perhaps he could think about the meaning of life again. No matter who you are, you will die one day. The important thing is whether you have no regrets in this life. Not how long you live. I leave with no regrets. Compared to those who die with regrets, I am much happier. So when I face this tribulation, you should feel happy for me, because the scene of my departure will be so shocking and magnificent. You should not be sad and remorseful. Do you understand? Long Chen understood everything he said. He let go of the persistence in his heart and nodded heavily. Chapter 1695. After that, Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Demon Dragon Palace Master embarked on their journey to leave. It was finally time for the elders who had occupied the true martial emperor palace for tens of thousands of years to leave. Everyone, including Long Chen, stood together and watched them leave. The ninth heaven lightning behemoth was fine, but the Hellfire Flame Star behemoth's movements were too big. Great Emperor Zhenwu had no choice but to go to a faraway place, to the edge of the true martial emperor domain and then to the Shattered Star Sea. Only the Shattered Star Sea would not affect the gods of the dragon sacrificial continent. In the remaining time, he could only find the closest route to the Shattered Star Sea and rush there at full speed. The Demon Dragon Palace Master's nirvana tribulation would descend in a few days. He had more time, but he still left first. Long Xing watched him leave with tears in his eyes. Long Chen stood beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Perhaps this was what it meant to be parted by life and death. Long Chen was still young and did not understand the thoughts of these elders. However, just as Zhenwu the Great had said, his death and the calamity he would face was not something to be sad about, but something to be happy about. After hiding in the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda for tens of thousands of years, he had finally mustered the courage to face his own death. But this time, Long Chen still felt resentment towards the vast heavenly Tao. What was the essence of these 18 major tribulations? Was it to make people stronger step by step, or to kill all the warriors on their path of growth, to make everyone fear and make immortality a dream? The eternal sacred territory was not immortality, but a group of pitiful people who pursued immortality. The fear of the nirvana tribulation was much stronger than that of Long Chen, because it was a place where nirvana tribulations descended at all times. Everywhere, there was news of experts dying under the nirvana tribulation or even the samsara tribulation. No one was lucky, and no one was immortal. Unless they were like Great Emperor Zhenwu, who gave up everything and hid, they might live for many years, but once they came out, it meant death. After the disaster ended, Everyone stood at the true martial emperor palace to send off Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Demon Dragon Palace Master. Great Emperor Zhenwu had to leave. Everyone could only hope that the demonic Dragon Palace Master could return and add another Great Emperor-level expert to the 3 regions and 9 realms. As everyone waited, that moment finally began. In the sky, a brilliant star morphed into the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth and dove down. That deafening roar made everyone cover their ears. The flames instantly filled the sky of the 3 regions and 9 worlds, turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. The commotion this time was similar to the one in the desolate Imperial region. The ferocious beast descended from the starry sky and headed straight for the serene old man. Long Chen silently clenched his fists when he saw the supergiant beast surrounded by flames crash into the broken star sea. When he saw the raging sea of flames rushing towards him, hatred flashed in his eyes once again. Although he knew that Zhenwu Great Emperor had passed away peacefully and contentedly, he still could not accept it. He was not willing to let the lives of the people around him be dominated by other things. In the future, among the 5 people around him, except for the strange kitten, all of them were about to go through the torture of nirvana tribulation. Among them, their talents were uneven. Didn't that mean that when the time came, they might all die, and he could only watch helplessly? Could he watch young Lingqing die in the nirvana tribulation? Could he watch Lingxi be swallowed by the 9th heaven thunder beast, or rather the hellfire flaming star behemoth? Long Chen suddenly felt that the road ahead was filled with confusion. He had enough confidence in himself, but the people around him. This doubt and worry was deeply hidden in Long Chen's heart. His dull eyes flickered under the illumination of the flames. The hellfire flaming star behemoth descended again and the sacrificial dragon continent trembled. Rumble! Countless explosions occurred. This time, the nirvana tribulation ended very quickly. The flames that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. The entire nirvana tribulation lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone knew that this meant that Zhenwu Great Emperor had been swallowed by the nirvana tribulation. At that moment, almost everyone was kneeling on the ground, expressing their respect to the deceased old man. Only Long Chen was left standing there in a daze. It was as if his brain had become rusty. The words, Heavenly Tao, had given him a huge impact. Suddenly, his palm felt warm. It turned out that Lingxi had held his hand. She knew what Long Chen was thinking, so she whispered in Long Chen's ear, I will work hard. I won't let you face such a struggle. Don't worry about me. Long Chen held her in his arms and stroked her long hair until the flames in the distant sky disappeared completely. It's over. Everyone stood up. No one said much. About a day later, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's 9th Heaven Lightning Beast descended. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord was different from Zhenwu Great Emperor. He was a person with regrets. He still couldn't let go of Long Xing, so he fought against the Nirvana Tribulation. The 9th Heaven Lightning Beast was cruel. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord was a dragon martialist, so his Nirvana Tribulation was similar to Mo Xiaolong's. This battle lasted for a full day. Everyone stayed in place except for Long Chen, who rushed towards the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. The tribulation was over. 3 days later, Long Chen carried the dying Demon Dragon Palace Lord back to Zhenwu Emperor Palace. When they saw that the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was still alive, they had mixed feelings. Long Xing knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord came down from Long Chen's back and helped Long Xing up. He said, I still can't let go of you, so I will live for another 1,000 years. After 1,000 years you will walk your own path. Perhaps it was because he couldn't let go that this old man survived the Nirvana Tribulation. Just like that, everything ended. The people of the 3 regions and 9 realms also bid farewell and left Zhenwu Emperor Palace. After the Demon Dragon Palace Lord thanked Long Chen, he left with Long Xing. When the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was about to die, Long Chen rushed to the scene and gave him a little help. It was this help that allowed the Demon Dragon Palace Lord to survive. This help was the eternal split moment. Back when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang survived the 9th Heaven Lightning Beast tribulation together, Long Chen's eternal split moment also stopped the 9th Heaven Lightning Beast that Mo Xiaolang was facing. However, the Heavenly Tao didn't seem to sense Long Chen's power of time. Perhaps it was because the Void Universe Dragon was too mysterious. The person the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was most grateful to was naturally Long Chen. After the Demon Dragon Palace Lord left, only the people of the desolate Emperor Palace remained. They didn't leave because the desolate emperor was still there. "I'll have a private word with the desolate emperor," Long Chen said. The desolate emperor waved his hand and asked the 6 demonic emperors to wait for a moment. Then, Long Chen left with the desolate emperor. Letting the desolate emperor regain his freedom was an explanation to Mo Xiaolang, and an explanation to Zhenwu emperor. After all, Mo Xiaolang had once respected him. Long Chen couldn't imprison him forever. Long Chen simply put away the boundless star dragon diagram. The desolate emperor had personally experienced this period of time, but he didn't have control of his body. When he regained his freedom, he first looked at his body in a daze. Finally, he saw Long Chen. "It's all over. What do you think?" Long Chen asked indifferently. He looked at the distant sky, his eyes cold. The desolate emperor today wasn't a match for Mo Xiaolang, let alone Long Chen. The desolate emperor sorted out the chaotic memories in his mind and asked blankly, "He actually had the courage to face death directly?" The he was talking about was Zhenwu emperor. Long Chen turned his head and stared at him, but didn't answer. Perhaps the choice of Zhenwu emperor had given him a great shock. What's the point of living? After 1,000 years, I still have to die, but I still want to live greedily. The desolate emperor knelt on the ground in pain and let out a miserable howl. Long Chen couldn't answer him. Zhenwu emperor had no worries and faced death with a smile. The demon dragon palace lord couldn't let go of his worries, so he persevered. The desolate emperor was even more pitiful. He had no worries, but he didn't dare to face death. He just wanted to live, which was the most painful, because he would never be free. "Go back. Xiao Lang will come back to see you often. As for your doubts, I can't answer them." Long Chen could only say this. He was still young and couldn't experience the other's desire for life. The desolate emperor stood up dispiritedly. He composed himself and looked at Long Chen saying, "To be honest, I really envy you. If you have the chance to reach eternal life, you must let me know. Let me know that at least someone has succeeded. That way, I can die without regrets." This was his only request. From today onwards, the desolate emperor might change a lot. "Definitely," Long Chen said seriously. Eternal life was a dream that only existed in myths. Long Chen found himself pitiful, because he was similar to the desolate emperor. He didn't want to die, he coveted the time he was alive, and he didn't even want anyone around him to die. If he was a normal person, without a way to create miracles, then Long Chen's fate would be no different from the desolate emperor's. The desolate emperor left with the 6 demonic emperors. Everyone from Zhenwu Emperor Palace knelt before Long Chen, paying their respects to the new Zhenwu Emperor. The original Zhenwu Emperor had left the 5 elements clear sky pagoda to Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't refine it, because he and Lingxi would be leaving in a year. He would look at the 5 elements clear sky pagoda when the time came. The events of the past few days had given Long Chen many thoughts. As the Zhenwu Emperor, ordinary matters didn't require Long Chen to handle. He just wanted to be with the people he cared about quietly. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were both by his side. After spending several days together, they spent every day chatting and laughing. On this day, Li Xuanji finally called Long Chen over. Long Chen followed her, walking forward step by step. He stared at the slender black figure in front of him, but many words seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He and Lingxi were already married. But, looking up, the sun rose, and the light of dawn fell upon the world. There was an exam. 2 hours at noon, 1 hour at night. Chapter 1696. On the mountain peak. A girl in a long black dress stood under the sun like a cold and elegant black lotus. A gentle breeze caressed her, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Long Chen stood behind her. He didn't have much courage to face the girl in the wind. He could kill the city lord of the wronged 9 times over, but Long Chen didn't know what to do with her. Li Xuanji turned around and said softly, "I wanted to leave, but I heard about the city lord of the wronged, so I came to Martial Emperor Palace to take a look. Now that it's over, I should leave." Long Chen gathered his courage and said, "I'm going to take them to the eternal god domain. Come with me." Li Xuanji seemed to have guessed that he would say this. She shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to be too close to you. Besides, I have my own things to do." "Why?" Long Chen respected her decision, but he wanted to keep her. After all, everyone else was together, except for Li Xuanji. She walked to Long Chen and didn't say anything. She reached out and hugged Long Chen's waist like a lover. She rested her head on Long Chen's chest and listened to his heartbeat. The sunlight merged with them, as if trying to fuse them together. "Don't go, okay?" Long Chen made up his mind and insisted. "No." Li Xuanji refused. She had a satisfied smile on her face and said softly, "I don't have to worry if Lingxi is with you. You're married to her, so treat her well. As for me, as long as you remember me and think of me often, that's enough." This made Long Chen's head hurt. To him, he was single-minded in his feelings, but there were also exceptions, and Li Xuanji was one such exception. Even though he had suffered untold hardships for Lingxi, he could not bear to part with this cold girl in front of him. Her departure was like cutting off a piece of flesh from Long Chen's body. It might be unfair to Lingxi if he forced her to stay. Although Long Chen knew Lingxi wouldn't say anything, he couldn't let her down. But he wouldn't mistreat the woman in his arms. Li Xuanji seemed to be aware of his difficulties. She stretched out her hands and held Long Chen's face like an older sister. She said softly, "During this period of time, I've also gained some enlightenment. To me, it's better if I don't have some feelings. I'll be your woman for the rest of my life, but I don't want to get close to you. I want you to miss me. That's enough for me." She lowered her head and shook it with a bitter smile. "I really love you, but we're not fated. I'm not used to being with you for a long time. Maybe I'm a strange person. I like to return to your side when you're not paying attention. I like to protect you silently. Can you fulfill my wish?" Long Chen was speechless. He didn't understand Li Xuanji's feelings. Just like him and Lingxi, they were intimate and lingering. He worked hard to be with her, but Li Xuanji could be with him without any obstacles. But Li Xuanji didn't like this kind of life. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of him. She was like a flower that bloomed only for him. Li Xuanji took out the blue heart-shaped gem from her white breasts and said, "This is something you gave me. It's the heart of the eternal guardian. No matter where I go, I know you'll be protecting me. To me, this is the most beautiful thing. You and I aren't the same type of person. You and Lingxi are, so you're suitable to be with her. I think it's enough for me to occasionally appear in your life." She was such a quiet and beautiful woman. It made Long Chen panic. It was only in front of her that he couldn't act like a man. He couldn't use his masculinity and do some domineering things. "Can I ask you to stay?" Long Chen asked her sincerely for the last time. "No." Li Xuanji decisively refused, but her face still had a blissful smile. "I don't think I'm worthy of you doing this for me." Long Chen suddenly felt that he was very despicable. He couldn't give her anything, but he occupied her heart. If there was no Lingxi, maybe she would like to be with him. "No, it's worth it. In this world, only you are worth it." She still had a warm smile on her face. Her smile made Long Chen feel ashamed. She wasn't that kind of woman. She didn't just want Long Chen to coax her. She would stay as long as she could save face. She had already made up her mind to leave. If Long Chen forced her to stay, it would truly ruin this beautiful relationship. Long Chen did not deny that he loved Lingxi more. It was a feeling that was born from living and dying together. He had long since sworn to protect this girl for the rest of his life. Lingxi was like a butterfly that circled around him, while Li Xuanji was like a flying bird. Perhaps she would come back, but most of the time, Long Chen would not be able to see her. She was a person that made him feel as if he was at arm's length, yet at the same time, he would not be able to see her. "Hold me. I'll leave in 2 hours. Let's meet in the Eternal God domain." Li Xuanji grabbed his hand and boldly let him wrap it around her waist. Long Chen closed his eyes and hugged the woman in his arms tightly. Her body was a little cold, but her heart was definitely burning. 2 hours had passed so quickly. "I'm leaving. You must miss me." Li Xuanji gently pushed him away. She didn't hesitate at all. Long Chen was still holding onto her slender and somewhat cold hand tightly. His eyes were blank. "You're like a child." Li Xuanji smiled helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly pulled her in front of him. With lightning speed, he kissed her lightly on her pink lips, leaving a trace of himself. Li Xuanji broke free. Her face was a little red, and she looked at Long Chen angrily. This was when she was at her most beautiful. "Protect yourself." I can also fight for you to the end. Long Chen had thought things through. He did not want to burden the other party, so he smiled. You too. Don't work too hard. You'll hurt yourself. Li Xuanji let go of his hand and told him to stay where he was. Then, she turned and left. Long Chen watched her black figure disappear from his sight before he reluctantly went down the mountain. The matter of the 3 regions and 9 worlds was over. The true martial emperor palace was being rebuilt, so Long Chen didn't need to do anything. In the remaining 1 year, he had to arrange everything properly. The most important thing now was to return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. From Baiyang Town to Yuanling City, then to Baiyang Royal City, and then to the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty and the 10 Sacred Dynasties, there were traces of Long Chen, as well as his friends. Of course, there were also the messy relationships that Long Chen had with him. Long Chen, Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten Yang Lingqing, and Soyian were all on the way back. Long Chen also brought many evil Dragon Palace cultivators who were willing to go to the Myriad Kingdom's domain for Long Chen. Long Chen let them stay in the Divine Nation. They traveled all the way back to their starting point, Baiyang Town. Although he wasn't related to the Yang family by blood, and that woman called Yang Xueqi wasn't Long Chen's real mother, he couldn't deny the traces of Long Chen's life. After arriving at Baiyang Town, he appeared with Yang Lingqing and Lingxi. This was Long Chen's first time back. Baiyang Town was still the same, but 10 years had passed. Brother, I miss Grandpa, Dad, and Big Uncle so much. We've been gone for 10 years. They must be worried sick. Yang Lingqing cried. It had been 10 years, or even longer. This time it had been more than 10 years. Long Chen had started a magnificent life, but Baiyang Town was still the same. The Zongyang Kingdom's empress was still Murong Yu. Under Murong Yu's rule, the Yang family naturally received special treatment. With her protection, the Yang family had been safe for the past few years. This time, Long Chen had made up his mind. There were some people he could see, but he didn't want his appearance to affect their lives again. For example, his family in Baiyang Town. Long Chen had to come back to give them an explanation and peace of mind. Baiyang Town was also the place where Lingxi and Long Chen first met. Walking on the street of Baiyang Town, many past events appeared in his mind. Lingxi had left here. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of the Yang family. The Yang family had already established its position as the #1 family in Baiyang Town. Baiyang Town had also been renamed Yang Family Town. The Bai family had long been annihilated. The Yang family was very peaceful. They didn't need Long Chen to solve any problems for them. When the 3 of them appeared at the gate, the new guards didn't know them. Seeing Long Chen and the other 2, the guards immediately became nervous. They swore that they had never seen 3 people like them in their lives. Those 2 women seemed to be extremely beautiful, just like fairies. The man was like a dragon among men. Although he was very low-key, the guards still subconsciously took a step back. Why are you here at the Yang family? A young guard mustered up his courage and asked. Yang Lingqing smiled lightly and said, Go to the mansion and report to the person in charge that Yang Lingqing and Long Chen have returned. Yang Lingqing, Long Chen? The guards looked at each other. What familiar names. One of them had the surname Yang. Could it be? There had always been a legend in Baiyang Town. A legend about Long Chen. According to the legend, they left Zongyang country and became peerless experts. They went to the 10 holy dynasties, and even to a bigger world. However, there had been no news of them for 10 years. The Yang family looked left and right, but they didn't see them. 10 years had passed, and many people had forgotten about them. But today, these 3 strange people were actually the legendary brother and sister? In an instant, all the guards rushed into the Yang residence, striving to be the first. Dragonblood God of War is estimated to be 7.5 million to 8 million words. A new journey has taken shape in my mind. I've thought about it. After Dragonblood God of War, my next work will bring me to a higher level. Chapter 1697. The news quickly spread throughout the Yang clan like the wind. Before Long Chen even entered, a large number of people came running out of the Yang clan. They were all unfamiliar faces, and most of them were children who were cultivating. They were all under 10 years old, and Long Chen naturally did not recognize them. After a while, a familiar face finally came out. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that it was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was bare-chested, and his familiar face reminded Long Chen of his name, Yang Wu. In Long Chen's generation, Yang Wu was the eldest. Then, a beautiful woman ran out as well. She should be Yang Lingyue. These two siblings were now the leaders of the Yang clan. As for the others, such as Yang Qingxian and Yang Yuntian, they should be cultivating in seclusion. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue came out, and when they saw the two familiar faces, they could not help but tear up. They had not seen each other for 10 years. In Long Chen's heart, he felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue were now parents, and their appearance was similar to that of a middle-aged man. Long Chen, Ling Qing. The two of them stood in the distance. Looking at the two of them reminded them of the past. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue were not idiots. They knew that Long Chen and the others had gone to such a vast world, and they were still able to come back. They were definitely people who stood above the rest. Hurry, come in. Yang Wu waved his hand and quickly led Long Chen and Yang Lingqing into the Yang clan. Of course, the current daughter-in-law of the Yang clan, Lingxi, was also there. After a quarter of an hour, in the main hall of the Yang clan, everyone had gathered again. A large number of children who worshipped Long Chen and listened to Long Chen's stories, as well as some elders of the side branches, were all looking at the two people who had disappeared for a long time, but had reappeared. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. The people of the past, Yang Cangqiong, first uncle Yang Qingxian, and third uncle Yang Yuntian were all standing in front of Long Chen. They had all aged a lot. Only Long Chen and Yang Lingqing had not changed at all. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The old ancestor of the Yang family kept muttering these words. He was already old, his hair was white, and his body was hunched over. He didn't have much time left. It had been many years since they had met, so no one knew what to say. Long Chen pushed Lingxi out first and said, "Elders, this is my wife, Lingxi. You saw her before. She saved us." They could still remember the woman in the sword who accompanied Long Chen. All right. Yang Cangqiong's final wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement, but he still did not know what to say. Long Chen looked around and asked, "Where's my mother?" Yang Xueqi, although this woman was not the one who gave birth to him, and had nothing to do with him at all, and gave him a dark childhood, Long Chen was still grateful to her. If it wasn't for her, he would not be where he was today, and she had repented. Long Chen had long surpassed the level of life in Baiyang town. There was no need for him to take the trivial things of the past to heart. Xueqi, she, now goes to the West Mountain Temple every day to worship the gods, and rarely comes back. Yang Qingxian answered Long Chen's question on behalf of his father. West Mountain Temple? Long Chen's divine sense swept out and found Yang Xueqing's location. In a place like Baiyang town, he could almost teleport. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in the temple of the West Mountain Temple. The West Mountain Temple worshipped a god who guaranteed peace. Long Chen did not know the specific name. He stood at the door and watched this woman, who had aged a lot, kowtowing to the statue over and over again. All she was thinking about was nothing more than to bless Long Chen and keep him safe. Seeing her thin figure, Long Chen felt a pain in his heart for no reason. The past finally disappeared at this moment. Long Chen did not know what he should call her. He walked step by step behind her. When Yang Xueqing heard the footsteps, she gently turned her head. When she saw Long Chen in the sunlight, she felt like she was in a dream. There was no surprise or shock, only a warm and satisfied smile. Perhaps she thought it was just an illusion, a dream. Everyone could make mistakes when they were young. Yang Xueqing was the same. She was ridiculously wrong. She was immersed in the illusion created by Long Qinglan and could not extricate herself. But she repented. She spent 10 years in this West Mountain Temple to make up for the regrets of the first half of her life. She did not want to move anyone. She just wanted to make herself feel better in this way. In her memory, she could never forget the scene of Long Chen's bloodshot eyes and the countless times he had questioned her. Every time she thought of this, she would feel incomparable grief in her heart. Only when she grew older did she realize how sorrowful it was for her to have created such an image in front of her own son. She was waiting for the years to redeem herself. Long Chen was never willing to talk about Yang Xueqing. He worshipped and respected Long Qinglan. In his heart, this woman's position could not be compared to his. Long Qinglan was a high and mighty god, while she was just a mortal woman. This confusion made Long Chen very confused. But this time, he came back to Baiyang town to see her. They had not seen each other for many years. Long Chen missed this woman who played an important role in his life. He walked up to young Xueqi. There were many things in his heart, but he did not know where to start. He could only help the woman up from the ground and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in the main hall of the Yang family again. At this time, everyone looked at him in shock. They had already guessed that Long Chen's cultivation was unfathomable, but they did not expect him to be able to perform such godlike magic. Chen, can you tell me what level you are at now? Heavenly River State? Reaching Heaven State? And you've reached the legendary Earth Martial Arts State. Yang Yuntian said in shock. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Just think of me as invincible. It's been 10 years, and this is the first time Ling Qing and I have come back. Grandpa, shouldn't you set up a banquet for our family to celebrate?" Yang Tsongqiong finally came to his senses and ordered the servants to do it. As for young Xueqi, she was still standing there in a daze. "I was in the West Mountain Temple just now." She turned her head numbly and reached out to touch Long Chen's face. When she realized that everything was so real, she could no longer hold back her tears. She covered her mouth with her palm and cried helplessly, her body trembling slightly. "You're old." Long Chen had mixed feelings and wiped away the tears in her eyes. In his world, he had always lacked something other than fatherly love, and that was motherly love. Although this woman was not related to him by blood, she would not think so. Deep in Long Chen's heart, he still had a special feeling for her, and now she was just a pitiful woman. Everyone was moved by this painful cry. Long Chen could only hug her. To be honest, she had really aged too quickly. She was not even 50 years old, and back then, she was the most beautiful woman in Baiyang town. Long Chen introduced her to Lingxi. Lingxi was the one who knew Long Chen's experience the best, but at this moment, seeing this woman use 10 years to free herself, her heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She obediently called young Xueqi mother, which Long Chen had not called her since he came back. Good girl. Happiness came so suddenly, her son and daughter-in-law were back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. From now on, our young family will be reunited. Yang Tsongqiong smiled happily. On the other side, young Ling Qing was also hugging her parents. During the rest of the banquet, Long Chen roughly fabricated what had happened to him over the years and gave a brief account of it. It could be considered a lie, but even so, the others were shocked to hear it. They had all stayed in a small corner of the world, so of course they didn't know how big the outside world was. It turns out that the men of our young family are already invincible in the entire Myriad Kingdom territory. The old ancestor of the Yang family was laughing like crazy. More people were in a daze, and some even did not believe that Long Chen had really reached such a realm. But they did not say it out loud, and only thought that Long Chen was bragging. In fact, Long Chen had reduced his strength by countless times. In the Yang family, Long Chen stayed for a few days. He chatted with everyone alone, and about 10 days later, Long Chen and Yang Ling Qing said that they would be leaving. No one asked them to stay. Because when they chatted alone, Long Chen had already made it clear to them. 10 days later, after sending Long Chen away, everyone in the Yang family had become young people. Long Chen had transformed them with his immortal spirit and nirvana power, so that even in the Myriad Kingdom territory, they could cultivate to the God Martial realm, and become the top experts of the Myriad Kingdom territory. Long Chen did not need to explain to them how strong he was. After 100 years, when they found out that they were already experts of the God Martial realm, they might understand that the current Long Chen was already a god to them. The old ancestor of the Yang family looked at his 20-year-old appearance, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Young Xueqi had also regained her appearance when she was in her 20s. She was indeed beautiful. Long Chen had chatted with her alone the most. He had even told young Xueqi everything. She felt like she was in a dream. And before they became strong, Long Chen had already secretly sent disciples of the evil Dragon Palace to protect them, to ensure that they would never have to worry about anything. This was the only thing Long Chen could do for them. We will be back. When leaving, Long Chen felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart, and he was extremely relaxed. He smiled and beckoned them back. At the entrance of the Yang family, The group of young people watched as Long Chen left. In their eyes, the current Long Chen was already a god. Only a god could have such a heaven-defying method of rejuvenation. Chapter 1698. It could be said that Long Chen had given everyone in Baiyang town a chance to be reborn. At the very least, he could guarantee that they wouldn't have to worry for the next 1,000 years. The Yang clan's bloodline had been transformed by Long Chen. Even in the 3 great emperor domains, they could be considered as outstanding. In the future, their descendants would be able to inherit this bloodline and form a great clan in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. With the protection of the true martial emperor palace, Long Chen could go to the eternal god domain without worry. After all, he was the true martial emperor now. Long Chen was the absolute ruler of the 3 regions, 9 worlds, and the dozens of peripheral worlds like the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Before this, Mo Xiaolang had already gone to Yuanling City. That was Mo Xiaolang's hometown. The only person he cared about there should be Yin Meng Yao, who was equivalent to his sister. Xiaolang brought Xueqi on with him. When Long Chen arrived at Yuanling City, he had already said goodbye to Yin Meng Yao. Mo Xiaolang also gave her a bright future and told her everything about himself. Apart from that, Mo Xiaolang didn't want to interfere too much with her life. He protected them silently. That was enough. After leaving Baiyang town and the Linggu family in Yuanling City, he came to Baiyang Imperial City. The current ruler of the Imperial City was the Sky Devil Palace. Murong Yu was the Zongyang Kingdom's emperor, and Long Chen's former master Zhao Qingyun had become a hidden expert. Murong Yu wasn't Su Xue or Lu Yi. Long Chen dared to see her. Besides, his foster father Dongfang Xianshao and the others were also there. Long Chen's appearance caused a huge uproar in Baiyang Imperial City. Everyone knew that the reason why the Sky Devil Palace could replace the sovereign family as the ruler of the Zongyang Kingdom was because Long Chen killed the Young Sword Emperor and the Yin Yang Sword Emperor. The influence of the Heavenly Devil Palace could be said to have expanded to the extreme, tightly controlling the entire Zongyang Kingdom. In the Imperial Palace, a group of people stood facing each other. Just like the Yang family, these people who had once seen Long Chen were filled with shock and disbelief. Long Chen also gave them a brief introduction of his journey over the years. He talked to Zhao Qingyun, Dongfang Xianshao, and the others alone. Of course, he also talked to Murong Yu. It had been 10 years, and Murong Yu had also gotten rid of her ignorant thoughts. Seeing that Long Chen and Lingxi had finally reunited and obtained happiness, she was also happy for them. 10 days later, Long Chen said goodbye to them and left again. That day, Long Chen secretly left. When Zhao Qingyun and the others woke up the next day, they found out that he had already left. Then, they realized that their cultivation had skyrocketed. In one night, they had all broken through to the 3 major martial realms, and even Zhao Qingyun had regained his youthful appearance. Did he do it? Murong Yu looked into the distance and said in disbelief. Chen-er, it's really Chen-er. In our world, he is indeed a godlike existence. Yesterday, he told me that he still has his own journey that he has not completed. I really don't know how magnificent this child's life will be in the future. Everyone present was grateful, envious, and shocked at the same time. Long Chen could not accompany them, so he could only use this method to let them live for thousands of years. After 1,000 years, he might have already returned from the eternal sacred domain. The next stop was the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty. The Huangfu clan, the dragon's brothers and sisters, and Lu Yi. In the Huangfu family, Huangfu Qi had already grown up to be an elegant young lady 10 years later. Perhaps she didn't remember the events of 10 years ago very clearly, but Long Chen believed that she definitely had an invincible big brother called Long Chen in her life. Long Chen didn't disturb this young lady's life, but on a certain night when she was asleep, he cleansed her marrow and tendons, turning her into a peerless genius of the Myriad Kingdoms domain in a single night. Then, he left quietly with Lingxi and the others. When a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. The brothers of the dragons were still gathered together. Long Yu, Jian Chen, Lei Zhen, Jiang Wuya, Qi Ying, and Lan Ling'er. These were all familiar names. The current Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty was Long Yu's younger brother, who was also the other Long Chen. Long Chen met them in the Spirit Stream. This was where they stayed after rescuing Long Chen from the ancient demon domain, but they escaped later on. The Spirit Stream was a wonderful place. The 7 of them used to perform there. At that time, Long Chen was only Xueqi in their eyes. Now that the divine dragon sacred dynasty had entered a stable state, they returned to the spirit stream to live in seclusion. This time, Long Chen had brought the other 5 people with him to this place. When they arrived, the remaining 6 dragons were shocked. When they saw Long Chen's appearance, they swarmed over excitedly and hugged Long Chen. Back then, Long Chen defeated a martial emperor and entered the ancient cemetery alone. Since then, there was no news of him. Only a piece of the martial god's steel was sent over, letting everyone know that Long Chen had successfully gone to the 3 emperor domains. After that, there was no news of him. They all knew that Long Chen had gone to the 3 emperor domains for Lingxi. Among the 3 girls, Lingxi was the closest to Long Chen and had the most divine aura. They could tell at a glance that Long Chen had fulfilled his wish. Long Yu was still as cold as ever, but she was already married to Jiang Wuya. The others continued to wander around the world alone. It's good that you're back. I told you before, although we know that you're a monster and have long surpassed us, you should at least let us know that you're safe, said Jiang Wuya with a smile. To be honest, ever since Long Chen left, they were very worried about him. However, they could only worry about him. Until today, when they saw that Long Chen was safe and sound, they were finally relieved. Long Chen introduced his wife, sister, and 2 brothers to them. As for Xueqi, she was also Long Chen's sister. Moreover, her relationship with Xiao Lang was getting better, which Long Chen liked to see. This was a relationship that they had cultivated after going through thick and thin together in the demon race. The spirit stream was bustling that night. Another 10 days passed in a row. Long Chen spent in the spirit stream. After 10 days, Long Chen left again. This might be the last stop of his trip, because whether it was Su Shui or Lu Yi, Long Chen didn't know how to face them. He also gave his Dragon Clan brothers a brighter future. Originally, he wanted to bring them directly to the true martial emperor palace, but they were unwilling. Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. When Long Chen told them that he was already the true martial emperor, the 6 of them were stunned. Perhaps they still hadn't reacted until Long Chen left. But they believed it. Because their cultivation had all entered the sky martial realm, and they were even close to the god martial realm, reaching the peak of the myriad kingdoms domain. This was all caused by Long Chen himself. When they were about to leave, Jiang Wuya said, "Go and see Yi." Lu Yi was Jiang Wuya's daughter. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. "Chen, go." Lingxi encouraged him. She knew what had happened to Long Chen over the past few years. He had faced so many beautiful women who had fallen for him, yet he was still able to work hard for her and give up everything. This was enough to show how much Long Chen loved her. "Don't leave any regrets in your heart." Lingxi revealed a moving smile. In the end, Long Chen nodded. He found Lu Yi in the middle of the bustling city. A few years had passed, and she was much more mature than before. These days, she had been traveling, using her meager strength to help those who needed help. Her personality was still as kind as ever. On this day, she had just helped a patient. When she walked on the street, she suddenly felt a familiar gaze. When she looked up, she suddenly saw Long Chen in the crowd. Lu Yi took 2 steps back. The next moment, she revealed a knowing smile. A quarter of an hour later, the 2 were walking in the bustling city like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. "Why did you think of coming to see me?" Lu Yi asked. "I came back, so I came here. I went to the spirit stream before and stayed there for 10 days. "I stayed there for 10 days, Long Chen replied. "I heard that there are many experts in the primordial cemetery. That place is known as the 3 great imperial domains. You should be there now. You are also a very powerful martial artist, right?" Lu Yi stopped and looked at him seriously. "How do you know?" Long Chen asked. "Your personality is like this. If you don't reach the peak, you won't come back. I'm sure your perseverance has achieved a satisfactory result. The journey must have been very complicated. But I still want to be happy for you. You are really amazing." She said so much in a very relaxed manner. Long Chen found that she had changed a lot. Seeing his silence, Lu Yi giggled and said, "I know what you are thinking, Long Chen. Don't feel sorry for me. It has been several years, and I am not the same person as before. My first awakening of love was not as vigorous as the 2 of you. You and I are just passers-by in each other's lives. I have to admit, you are like a dazzling meteor that streaked across my life." I was completely intoxicated by the brilliance of this meteor. I missed you countless days and nights. But one day, I finally thought it through. This isn't my meteor. I should wake up from that dream. Then I found myself. Chapter 1699. Everyone had their own life to live. What Lu Yi believed in the meaning of life shocked Long Chen. It didn't matter how high one stood or how strong one was. The most important thing was to realize one's own value and live happily and freely. It was just that Long Chen had set his dreams and destiny too high. He had to fight again and again to fulfill his destiny. In comparison, although Lu Yi was weaker than him, she was happier than him. Friends, of course we're friends. Long Chen suddenly felt enlightened. Previously he didn't dare to come see Lu Yi, but now his heart was clear, and he didn't have a single stray thought. I hope that we can still meet and chat in my lifetime. That's enough for me. Lu Yi revealed an intoxicating and warm smile. I'll give you a gift before I leave, Long Chen said suddenly. Lu Yi nodded and accepted. A day later, she was already a divine martial realm expert. Lingxi also gave her a drop of her blood. All of this was very important for her to realize her value and to save the world. For the current Long Chen, with the help of the immortal spirit and the power of Nirvana rebirth, it was too easy for him to create an expert in the god martial arts realm. With this power, Lu Yi could definitely do many things she liked. Her footprints were not only in the divine dragon sacred dynasty, but the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. Long Chen had followed the 5 emperors' orders to protect the Myriad Kingdom's domain, and he had finally done it today. With his identity as the Zhenwu Great Emperor, the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain would be under his control in the future. Then he left Lu Yi. Could it be that you're jealous? As they advanced, Long Chen pulled Lingxi into his embrace and the two of them danced in the wind. Lingxi was still in a daze. Seeing Long Chen teasing her, she said angrily, "No, I'm just thinking about what I should do in this life so that I can die without regrets." Long Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the girl to think about such things. "Do you understand now?" he asked. "Yes." Lingxi nodded firmly. "What is it?" "Love you. Follow you." Long Chen was stunned. He swore that he had never seen such a sincere and satisfied look in Lingxi's eyes before. It was as if she was making an incomparably sacred vow. He didn't seem to have given her anything since they got married. He had been busy with the battle and had neglected her. Silly girl. Long Chen hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. "This is also a very, very big thing in my life. But I still have one more thing. It's what my father told me. As long as we solve this problem in the eternal sacred realm, I will live with you for the rest of our lives." "Okay." Lingxi smiled sweetly until she started crying. "Big brother Long Chen, is it my turn to go home?" Xueqi asked pitifully in the God Nation. Thinking about it, it seemed that only the demons hadn't been to. That was Xueqi's home. This time, he definitely had to go. That was the real last stop. There have been many wars these years. I don't know how my sister and father are. Xueqi shook her head. If he hadn't seen Lu Yi, Long Chen wouldn't have the courage to face Su Shui. But now he was magnanimous. He said to Xueqi, "If you go now, I can let your family rule the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Let your sister and father become peerless experts." "Thank you, big brother Long Chen." Xueqi laughed so hard she bent over. Last stop. Long Chen led the group and flew forward. The sacred dynasty controlled by the demons was located in the center of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After returning from the primordial graveyard, the power of the demons soared again because of their relationship with Long Chen. Originally, each of the 10 sacred dynasties controlled about 1,000 small countries. But because of the expansion of the demons now had more than 3,000 affiliated countries. The expansion of the demons in these years caused strong resistance, setting off a great storm in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. But the unification of the world was the trend. The power of the demons was getting stronger and stronger. One day, they would be able to rule the Myriad Kingdom's domain. In a region that wasn't unified, there would always be war. Therefore Long Chen had such an idea in his heart. Now that the devil race was powerful, he put this idea into practice. True experts could conquer cities and strongholds through pinnacle battles, not through soldiers. That way there would be fewer casualties. With Long Chen's current power in the Martial Emperor Palace, it was easy to unify the Myriad Kingdom's domain. But Long Chen needed someone he could absolutely trust. Demon Palace. The current leader of the demons was by Xueqi. The original leader had retired to the second line. Under Xueqi's rule, the entire sacred dynasty was thriving. But the strength of the demons also angered many hidden experts. Experts emerged one after another, and some unknown cultivators even snuck into the Myriad Kingdom's domain. These cultivators from other places often assassinated people, and Xueqi found it very difficult to deal with them. The Myriad Kingdom's domain was at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent, not the core. Similarly, there were also parts of the Myriad Kingdom's domain that weren't the core. The cultivators there might be stronger than those in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At this time, Xueqi was discussing with the generals of the demons. The gentlewoman of the past was now wearing a long black robe, sharp and imposing, full of dignity. Only in the dead of night would she turn into a young girl and recall the soul-stirring encounter in the primordial graveyard. Patriarch, I reckon that this group of people came from the northern side of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. They crossed the Gale Sea, and their intention should be to take control of the Myriad Kingdom's domain, turning it into the heart of the Azura Kingdom. One of the elders deduced. Azura Kingdom? Xueqi expressed her doubts. The elder explained, the Azura Kingdom's territory is half the size of the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but it's a unified country with countless experts. It's said that there are God Martial Realm experts, and quite a few of them. But because the destructive power of the Gale Sea's wind is too great, they have been unable to come to our Myriad Kingdom's domain on a large scale. But recently, so many experts have appeared. I think it can only be the Azura Kingdom. After all, the people there are cruel and bloodthirsty. Xueqi nodded and said, no matter who they are, as long as they invade, kill them. Just as she finished speaking, a burst of sinister laughter suddenly rang out from outside. Who dares to break into the hinterland of our demons? Among the demons, several experts stood up and looked outside with vigilance. At this time, a total of about 10 men wrapped in blood-red robes walked in, laughing loudly. You guessed it right. We are from the Azura country. Our goal is to gain complete control of the Myriad Kingdom territory and turn this place into our slave country. The man in the lead said sinisterly with an eerie aura. Xueqi calmly stood up and said coldly, the Gale Sea is between the Azura Kingdom and the Myriad Kingdom's domain. You can't transfer resources and people on a large scale. What's the use of invading the Myriad Kingdom's domain? The group of men laughed again. Pitiful people. Even now, they still don't know that the wind in the Gale Sea is much weaker than before. A month ago, there were suddenly countless people in the Myriad Kingdom's domain who claimed to have seen a divine dragon and a terrifying battle unfolded in the starry sky. The Gale Sea almost collapsed in that tremor. So now, the passage between us has been completely opened. This pitiful Myriad Kingdom's domain doesn't even have God Martial Realm cultivators? Then isn't this place my world? The man in the lead had an imposing aura. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings and finally fixed on Xueqi. Fourth level of the Heaven Martial Realm? Unimaginably weak. He gently pushed out a fist, and Xueqi, who was the strongest in everyone's eyes, was knocked back to her throne. Her face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This is the power of the God Martial Arts realm. What do you think? You won't be able to resist, right? Tell me, I am one of the top 10 divine martial realms of the Azura Kingdom, and I am known as the peerless god of slaughter. Since no one in the entire Myriad Kingdom domain is my match, and you are the so-called ruler of the demon race, as long as I conquer you, it is equivalent to conquering the demon race. From there, my troops will rule the world and control the Myriad Kingdom domain. An expert of the god martial arts realm. Peerless god of slaughter. The elders of the devil race looked at each other with despair in their eyes. The god martial arts realm was an untouchable realm. It had been countless years since a god martial realm expert had appeared in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. That legend actually appeared in front of everyone just like that. Who could resist? Xueqi's eyes flickered. She stood up, her eyes filled with determination. What's wrong, chick? Didn't I beat you up just now? You are a person of the highest level in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Since that's the case, I will take you in as my concubine. I will let you enjoy all the glory and splendor, and I will also promise to kill less of your people. How about it? For the sake of the common people, you must consider this carefully. Otherwise, I'll have to kill these old men first. Coercion. Under his control, all the elders of the devil race were forced to kneel. Xueqi's face paled even more, and she retreated a few steps. But she was still unwilling and wouldn't yield. However, the words, expert of the god martial realm, made her feel too powerless. "Io, you still want to be stubborn?" The peerless god of slaughter laughed loudly. Amidst the clamor of his minions, he grinned maliciously as he walked step by step to stand in front of Xueqi. Curvaceous, a fiery figure, and a perfect face. Truly the most perfect woman I have ever seen. It seems that my fortune is not small. Xueqi retreated in fear. The calamity had come so quickly. She still hadn't reacted. In her heart, it shouldn't be like this. She still had many things that she hadn't done. It was impossible for this person to humiliate her. Then, was she going to commit suicide? She hadn't had time to say goodbye to her father. There was also Xueqi, who had been away for many years, and him, who was waiting for her. Just as the peerless god of slaughter was about to tear off Xueqi's clothes, someone suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed his neck like a chick. I recommend my friend's book, Tao God. Chapter 1700. Despair came so suddenly. Just when Xueqi thought that her life had ended inexplicably, the warrior from the Shura kingdom who was about to destroy her was picked up like a chicken. Xueqi saw a figure behind the peerless killing god. Where did this powerful demon come from to be able to pick up a god martial realm warrior? Xueqi had only heard that god martial realm warriors were common in the 3 emperor domains, but this was the myriad kingdom domain. Why did so many experts appear in such a short period of time? Xueqi couldn't react for a moment, and the people from the Shura kingdom were even more shocked. The peerless killing god roared, "Who is it? Let me go, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. What are you guys still standing there for? Kill this guy for me." As he shouted, the rest of the martial artists with similarly high cultivation rushed towards the black shadow. But at this time, another black shadow rushed in from outside the main hall. In just an instant, all the martial artists of the Azura kingdom fell to the ground. Their faces were deathly pale and they had already lost all signs of life. The peerless killing god, and the demons stared blankly at all this. They turned their eyes to the person who came in. When they saw the person's appearance, Xueqi's mind went blank. The girl in front of her was much more mature than a few years ago. She looked almost the same as her, but her eyes were strange and still revealed a childish spirit. Wasn't this her most beloved sister? At this moment, tears flowed down uncontrollably. She quickly walked over, and the 2 sisters hugged each other and cried bitterly. Xueqi had left home at a young age and only came back today. It was impossible for her not to miss home. After crying for a while, Xueqi was just about to talk to her sister when she suddenly froze. She turned back to look at the peerless killing god and the figure behind him. She should have guessed it. Long Chen didn't care about the person in his hand at all. He let go gently. At this moment, the peerless killing god shouted and punched towards Long Chen's throat. He was about to kill Long Chen. At this moment, Xueqi saw Long Chen. He had changed greatly. He had become more mature, more dignified, and more elegant. "Be careful!" Xueqi exclaimed. Only now did Long Chen remember that there was a fly in front of him. To deal with this kind of person, Long Chen did not even need to make a move. With just a glance, the huge impact of his primordial spirit was enough to directly cause this guy's god martial spirit to collapse. This was the so-called, a single glance could kill him. The person who wanted to kill Long Chen looked at Long Chen in extreme fear before collapsing onto the ground. At this time, Long Chen appeared clearly in front of her. Xueqi looked at the corpse of the god martial realm expert on the ground and then looked at Long Chen. She was speechless and her eyes were trembling. The elders of the devil race clearly saw that Long Chen had killed the god martial realm expert with just a glance. How strong was he? Everyone's eyes were extremely dull. "Long time no see." As soon as he saw her, Long Chen remembered what she had said to him that night. She wanted him to choose, and he had hurt her heart at that time. At this moment, he could not face it, but he still plucked up his courage. Xueqi was also not the Xueqi of the past. She wiped away her tears and held her sister's hand. She calmed down and said, "Yes, long time no see." She said to an old man next to her, "Uncle Lu, help me call my father." The old man hurriedly left. "Sister, I miss you so much." Soyan buried her head in her chest and cried bitterly. Long Chen looked at them quietly and did not speak. This was Soyan's time. He was not in a hurry. Very quickly, Bai Lan hurriedly rushed over. The matter of the Azura Kingdom should have been a big matter, but now that they had all been easily killed, no one paid attention to these pitiful fellows. The people of the demon clan had already disposed of their corpses, and Long Chen left the hall alone, allowing the father and daughter to catch up. He had his own family, and he knew this was the most precious time. Xiaolang, have you decided? Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang came out of the Divine Kingdom and nodded. Yan, must come with me. I think I can protect her. Soyan was still young, and her strength could not keep up with them. So at first, Long Chen did not plan to bring her to the Eternal God realm. But since the two of them insisted, there was nothing Long Chen could do. The main fighting force of this group was still Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. In that case, you should go and clear things up with your future father-in-law, Long Chen joked. Mo Xiaolang blushed and stammered, Yan and I, go. You are not a 3-year-old child anymore. If you want something, be bold and fight for it, Long Chen encouraged. Seeing Mo Xiaolang go in, Kitten sighed. You guys are so nice. All of you have families to take care of, and I am the only one left. How pitiful. But don't get too full of yourself. With my charm, it won't be long before I have a bunch of wives and concubines. Long Chen ignored him and asked Yang Lingqing seriously, what do you plan to do in the future? Yang Lingqing had already made up her mind. You've all gone up there, but I don't think it's suitable for me. After you leave, I'd like to take care of matters here in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. I'm sure the Realm Lord will send me the location of the Supreme Shadow World soon. Brother, since you are going to adventure, I will look after your home for you. I will guard your rear well, and you will have nothing to worry about. Long Chen nodded and did not force her. This was Ling Qing's own choice. Moreover, the Immortal God domain might not be suitable for Yang Lingqing. Of course, it wasn't like Long Chen would never return. He was also worried about Yang Lingqing and the others' nirvana tribulation. With Yang Lingqing's talent, there would be no problem for at least 2,000 years. About a day had passed. Soyan and Xiaolang had probably settled everything. Xueqi and Bai Lan were naturally very satisfied with Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, there was Long Chen to take care of him. At this time, Xueqi walked out and chatted with Long Chen as they walked. Yan, told me everything about you in the 3 Emperor domains. So the Divine Dragon who started the Divine War a month ago was you. The gap between us is really getting bigger and bigger. In a day, her heart had changed a lot again. The two of them walked in front of a clean lake. She also told me about you in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I suddenly feel very lucky that I didn't stop you back then. Your life shouldn't be limited to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. You made the right choice. Long Chen tilted his head and looked at this sensible and responsible woman. Xueqi smiled lightly and said, Don't look at me like that. I heard from Yan that you want me to control the Myriad Kingdom's domain? I heard that you can give me the strength of the God Martial Realm? Long Chen nodded. Xueqi's eyes lit up. She said, Long Chen, you haven't said anything. I'll take it that you feel guilty. Although you can't force feelings, you still owe me a lot. Debts have to be repaid. Do you understand? How do you want me to repay you? She didn't seem to be disappointed at all. Instead, she seemed to be gratified. Xueqi said, You can leave as long as you promise me one thing. From now on, I will forget about you and start my own grand life. I will have my own dreams and life. If that could be the case, it couldn't be better. Long Chen didn't want her to live a gloomy life. Judging from today, she should be in a good mood. What do I need to do? Long Chen asked. Xueqi looked him up and down and suddenly smiled slyly. I want you to turn into a dragon. I want you to carry me to the stars and then announce to the world that the Myriad Kingdom's domain belongs to me, Xueqi. Long Chen was stunned. He didn't expect such a condition. Do you dare to not agree? Xueqi blinked her bright black eyes. She didn't feel fear or awe because of Long Chen's difference today. She was more like a little lover. I don't dare. He really owed her for making her think about him for so many years. At this time, Long Chen made a decision. It was already night time, and the stars were bright. Long Chen brought her up into the clouds. At that moment, he suddenly transformed into a divine dragon. At the edge of the dragon's sacrificial continent, his blood-red body began to expand at a terrifying rate. As he rose, his body expanded. When Long Chen reached the starry sky, his body had actually expanded to a length of 2 million meters. At first, the commotion only frightened the holy dynasty controlled by the demon race. Then, the scope became larger and larger. In the end, the billions of living beings in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain were alarmed. Countless people raised their heads and saw a huge blood-red divine dragon in the sky. His huge head emerged from the sea of clouds and looked down on all living beings. To everyone in the dragon's sacrificial continent, dragons were only legends, a kind of myth. But at this time, a myth actually appeared. This night was destined to be an extraordinary night. After billions of living beings saw that divine dragon, they trembled and knelt down, worshipping it with incomparable piety. Even Baiyang Town in the corner could see that divine dragon that was bigger than countless star cities in the starry sky. Dragon. It's actually a divine dragon. I'm not seeing things right? The entire Myriad Kingdom's domain seemed to be submerged in boiling water, completely boiling. This was a night awakened by a myth. When everyone saw that divine dragon hovering in the sky, no one saw that on his forehead, there was a woman in a black veil who was moved to tears. Everyone could clearly see the majestic gaze of the divine dragon that made it impossible for them to look directly at it. The time had come. Long Chen used the divine dragon's voice to spread his words throughout the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Chapter 1701. The Divine Dragon and Long Chen. When Long Chen was in the Myriad Kingdom domain, many people in the entire Myriad Kingdom domain knew him. The entire Songyang Kingdom belonged to the Divine Dragon's sacred dynasty, as well as the enemies and friends of the 9 great clans in the archaic cemetery. Long Chen had left an incomparably deep impression on them. Therefore, when the name Long Chen resounded throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom domain, countless people raised their heads. Those who had once known Long Chen were all dumbfounded. They knelt on the ground in a daze, looking at the ruler above their heads. In their minds, they recalled the Long Chen they knew. Among these people, there were enemies and friends of Long Chen. Most of them were people who had seen him before, but had brushed shoulders with him. In Baiyang Town, the young family members were in tears. Only now did they finally understand the extent of Long Chen's strength. His return this time had brought great shock to everyone. Yuanling City, Baiyang Imperial City, the Huangfu family, the ancient demon domain, the Dragon Emperor City, and the people of the 9 great clans were all looking at the terrifying divine dragon in a daze. In the Huangfu family, Huangfu Qi, who had already become a young girl, finally understood why she had undergone such a huge change in a single night. They were excited and they were afraid. At this moment, Long Chen had truly become a legend in the Myriad Kingdom domain. He paused for a moment, then continued, I believe many people know me. In this Myriad Kingdom domain, there are many good friends and enemies of mine. I won't hide my current identity. I am the great Emperor Zhenwu of the True Martial Emperor Palace, the #1 force in the True Martial Imperial Domain. I control the True Martial Imperial Domain, which has a territory larger than the Myriad Kingdom domain, with hundreds of millions of God Martial Realm experts. And my current strength has long surpassed the God Martial Realm. I control the True Martial Emperor Palace, with 100 million God Martial Realm experts. These words brought even greater shock to the ignorant people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. It had only been 10 years. No one thought that Long Chen was bragging, as the divine dragon that occupied the starry sky was simply too shocking. Even now, most people's minds were still blank. No one dared to make noise. No one dared to question. Everyone listened quietly, including his family in Poplar Town, Yin Mengyao, Zhao Qingyun of the Sky Demon Palace, Lu Yi, and the brothers and sisters of the dragons. All of them wore proud expressions on their faces. Long Chen began to talk about business. He said, 5 God Martial Realm experts once appeared in the Myriad Kingdom domain. They are the 5 emperors. I once received the inheritance of the 5 emperors in the primordial graveyard, and the 5 emperors regarded me as their successor. They once entrusted me with the task of protecting the Myriad Kingdom domain. Today, my strength and influence have long surpassed the 5 emperors, but my promise has not changed. So from today onwards, I will send the experts of the True Martial Emperor Palace to oversee the Myriad Kingdom domain and forge the Myriad Kingdom domain into a united group. At the same time, I will spread the resources of the true Martial Emperor Palace throughout the Myriad Kingdom domain, raising the overall level of the Myriad Kingdom domain. I will build a peaceful, orderly, and happy nation that no one can invade. This is my repayment to my hometown. Long Chen's words once again caused a huge uproar. All the commoners were naturally pleasantly surprised when they heard this. A peaceful and happy nation would always be beautiful. Only the rulers of the 9 clans might not be able to forget their own power. This kind of people must be suppressed. Long Chen continued, there may be some people who will resist me, such as the rulers of the 9 clans. But you must understand one thing. The power and influence I have now is enough to destroy the Myriad Kingdom domain in an instant, but I will not do so, because there are too many people who are important to me here. I will protect this place. From today onwards, the old Myriad Kingdoms domain will become history, and a new Myriad Kingdoms domain will be born. This will be a unified nation. From today onwards, there will be no more Myriad Kingdoms, no more 10 great sacred dynasties, and no more 9 tribes. There will only be one unified nation. For the time being, I will name this nation Divine Dragon Nation. So the rulers of the Myriad Kingdom domain will not change. Each nation will no longer be called a nation, but a county city of my Divine Dragon Nation. The experts of my Imperial Palace will be stationed in each county city to help you. Long Chen was well aware that it wouldn't be easy to unify the Myriad Kingdoms, and there would be many unexpected little troubles. However, the true Martial Emperor Palace's strength was much stronger than the Myriad Kingdom's domains. As long as they could carry it out, they would soon be able to suppress the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain with absolute strength. Long Chen's actions this time could be said to have caused a huge uproar in the Myriad Kingdom domain. But at the very least, the people were extremely supportive of Long Chen. Obtaining the people's hearts was basically the same as obtaining everything. Next was Su Xue's matter. On the forehead of the Divine Dragon, Su Xue felt that Long Chen was like a huge, boundless continent. She stood in the wind, holding back her tears as she looked down at the magnificent mountains and rivers, as well as the masses of people. Long Chen looked down at the masses and announced again, from today onwards, the Divine Dragon Nation will be managed by someone I trust very much. I will send 1,000 Divine Martial Realm experts of my true Martial Emperor Palace to help her unify the Myriad Kingdom domain. The Myriad Kingdom domain is my hometown, and it is also her hometown. I believe that she will be able to manage the Myriad Kingdom domain well. Everyone, don't worry, I will be watching at all times. So, who is this person? Long Chen lowered his dragon head and announced, she is the current ruler of the demon race, one of the 9 great races, by Su Xue. She is now standing on top of my head. From today onwards, she will be the first ruler of the Divine Dragon Nation. She will govern the Divine Dragon Nation on my behalf. This is the person I have chosen. Please trust me and trust her. I can only guarantee that the Divine Dragon Nation in 100 years will be a unified, unprecedentedly powerful nation. No one can provoke it, and no one will dare to provoke it. There were very few people in the Myriad Kingdom domain who didn't know by Su Xue. She was a peerless beauty and had a terrifying popularity among the common people. She was also the strongest young cultivator in the Myriad Kingdom domain. If one really wanted to find a ruler in the Myriad Kingdom domain, Bai Su Xue was undoubtedly the most suitable. At the same time, many people who had been to the primordial graveyard also knew that Long Chen and Bai Su Xue had a special relationship. When this announcement was made, countless people's gazes landed on Long Chen's head. Of course, no one could see clearly, but the relationship between the first ruler and Long Chen was self-evident. From tonight onwards, the Myriad Kingdom domain was going to change completely. Some of the 9 great races were happy, while others were worried. However, in the face of absolute power, unification was inevitable. No one could stop it. I will send 1,000 Divine Martial Realm experts by Su Xue to command. From today onwards, she will be the supreme ruler of the Divine Dragon Nation. Long Chen's last sentence established Bai Su Xue's authority. In reality, Su Xue was just joking casually. She didn't expect that Long Chen would really do it. This kind of unique romance moved Su Xue to tears. Or in the biggest sense, this was the greatest gift Long Chen had given her. Not the Myriad Kingdom domain, no, the Divine Dragon Nation. After announcing everything, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This was just a thought, but now that it had been fully announced, it would depend on Bai Su Xue's ability to do things. Under everyone's excited gazes, the divine dragon in the sky gradually disappeared, leaving everyone's sight. However, everyone's hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Long Chen brought many imperial palace disciples. At this moment, he descended from the sky and immediately sent out 8 divine martial realm experts. He said, "Go and control the rulers of the other 8 races first. Remember, don't kill anyone. It's best if they're willing to cooperate. If they're unwilling, or even resist, then put them under house arrest." The 8 experts received the order and left quickly. Long Chen stood on a high mountain and put Xueqi down. "Don't cry." Seeing that she was still crying, Long Chen could only wipe away her tears. As expected, Xueqi stopped crying and even laughed. She stared at Long Chen and said, "No matter how you changed, you still have so many bad intentions. Are you satisfied with this gift?" Long Chen smiled embarrassedly. He didn't know what he could do, but as long as she was happy, perhaps this was the best way to deal with it. I'm full of energy now. I've decided that I won't let you down. I want to be an enlightened and diligent emperor. When you come back, you'll be proud of me," Xueqi said with bright eyes. Long Chen found that she seemed to be very interested in this matter. Perhaps it was what Lu Yi said, that she had found a way to realize her value. What Long Chen didn't know was that her value still revolved around him. As for the governance of the country, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. Xueqi was originally a demon princess and had been influenced since she was young. She was very good at this. Moreover, she was kind and trustworthy. Moreover, with the forces and strength that Long Chen had given her, it could be said to be effortless. Of course, in order to rule so many experts, Xueqi herself also needed to be very strong. "I'm going to make you the #1 expert in the Myriad Kingdoms domain," Long Chen suddenly said. "What?" Xueqi was surprised again. 2 days later, with Long Chen's help, Xueqi was already a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. This time, Long Chen spent a lot of effort. At the same time, he also gave Xueqi a Dao tool. With her strength and this Dao tool, it could be said that no one in the Myriad Kingdoms domain could touch her. To Xueqi, she was still deeply shocked by the terrifying power she possessed. Ever since Long Chen came back, everything had changed. Next, Xueqi began to make arrangements. 10 days later, Long Chen prepared to leave. He still had to return to the true Martial Emperor Palace and mobilize the divine martial realm warriors. Chapter 1702. "Come back," Long Chen said. He could return to the Myriad Kingdoms domain countless times in this year. After all, he couldn't be at ease if he didn't take care of things here. At the same time, there were many things in the true martial imperial domain that he needed to handle. Xueqi revealed a heart-stirring smile when she heard this decisive word. Long Chen didn't dawdle and left immediately. As for Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang, they would stay here. Long Chen would come back to take them away after a year. After all, Xueqi would leave in a year. The kitten was also bored out of his mind, so he didn't know where it went. Long Chen brought Lingxi back to the true martial imperial palace. The 2 of them danced in the wild wind. Long Chen smiled. "I didn't expect Xueqi to like this. I'll be much more at ease if she controls the divine dragon nation. This side will slowly develop in the future." Lingxi shook her head. "Chen, you still don't understand her. You don't understand women." "Why?" Long Chen was stunned. Lingxi said, "I understand her. She just wants to do something for you. She definitely isn't as passionate about this matter as she appears to be. She's only so passionate about it because you're the one who asked her to do it." "Is that so? Then I'm forcing her?" Long Chen was dumbfounded. Lingxi pursed her lips. "That's not it. If it were me, I would also feel that this is a very fulfilling and interesting thing. Chen, you're so lucky. They're all very tolerant and good girls. Should I?" Long Chen pulled her into his arms and teased her. "Did you forget when we first met? During the time we were together, my heart was always this big. You're so fat. If I let you go, it'll be full. How can I let go of others? You're so annoying. You're the one who's fat." Lingxi chuckled. Her bell-like voice reverberated through the world. How would they know what they would encounter in the eternal god domain? It was a new beginning. In the past, Long Chen couldn't keep her by his side. This time, he wouldn't let Lingxi leave him alone. After returning to the imperial palace, Long Chen started reorganizing the true martial imperial palace. A month later, he brought the disciples who volunteered and went through strict checks. Most of them were from the evil dragon palace. 1,000 god martial realm experts followed Long Chen to the divine dragon nation and handed them over to Xueqi. Next, Long Chen slightly assisted Xueqi in pushing the unification into the city. In reality, Xueqi knew much more than Long Chen. Without Long Chen's help, she could do everything very well. In about half a year, she would be able to completely unify the myriad kingdoms domain. It wasn't about unifying military power, but about building a stable empire from all aspects. This made Long Chen feel more at ease. As for Lu Yi and Su Xue, Long Chen's heart was also very fuzzy. He did not know how to treat them, but now that they had found what they liked to do, Long Chen felt much more at ease. There would be many opportunities to meet them in the future as long as he completed the mission his father had shouldered. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, the Divine Dragon Nation was truly established. Su Xue established the Divine Dragon Nation's capital and ascended to the throne. The entire Divine Dragon Nation was under her management. Lu Yi saw her a few times later. With the power given by Long Chen, she could do what she liked with ease. Traces of her could be found in the entire Divine Dragon Nation. And in this half a year, Long Chen was even happier. During cultivation, he could use the power of Lingxi's pure maiden to harmonize yin and yang. His nirvana energy increased rapidly. With Long Chen's help, Lingxi's nirvana energy skyrocketed again and again. The characteristics of the pure maiden bloodline could be said to be very special. She wasn't very strong, and she wasn't particularly good at fighting among the gods. However, she had an ancestral dragon as her husband. This meant that she was destined to receive a terrifying amount of help and improvement. And because of this special bloodline, Long Chen was also of great help to her. Lingxi's fourth nirvana tribulation would descend in this half a year. She hadn't reached the tribulation of the ninth heaven lightning beast yet, so it was easier to deal with. After passing the fourth nirvana tribulation, her nirvana energy increased again, almost reaching the level of the Lingwu sword master. She was more proficient in using the Six Paths immortal sword. In terms of combat strength, she could at least help a little. Of course, in terms of strength, she was still far from Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang. If Lingxi's husband wasn't Long Chen, her cultivation definitely wouldn't have increased to such a terrifying level. However, for a person like Lingxi to increase her power through the harmonization of yin and yang, it was extremely contradictory for Lingxi. She blushed every time. When the Divine Dragon Nation was completely stabilized, Long Chen bid farewell to his family and friends in the Myriad Kingdom domain and returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was time to inform them that he was leaving. On this day, the four sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Desolation Emperor, and the two martial sovereigns of the true Martial Emperor Palace gathered together. Long Chen brought Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, Kitten, and Soyian to face them. The Emperor is gathering everyone for? Wen Rinxi asked, puzzled. The 3 domains and 9 worlds were extremely peaceful. There was no turmoil, and the ancient Yuan spirit world had also been pacified, allowing them to choose a new ruler. Long Chen said, a year ago when I defeated the city lord of the wronged, I alerted the Dragon Soul Divine General that was stationed in a large area of the 3 domains and 9 worlds. He was an expert that even I couldn't deal with. He said that with my talent and strength, I should be brought to the Eternal Sacred Realm according to the laws of the Eternal Sacred Realm. He gave me a year to prepare, and the year is almost up. Everyone was moved by this news. After all, Long Chen had just become the true Martial Emperor. If he left immediately, what would happen to the true Martial Emperor Palace in the future? Moreover, Long Chen had called the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Desolation Emperor over. This clearly had something to do with Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi. The Desolation Emperor had already decided to let Mo Xiaolang succeed him, and Lingxi was already the Sword Spirit Emperor. Therefore, before they could ask, Long Chen said, Little Shi and Xiaolang will both come with me to the Eternal Sacred Realm. No. The Lingwu Sword Master said subconsciously. He paused, then continued, Lingxi is the Sword Spirit Emperor, and she's not as strong as you. At this point, he shut his mouth. He knew that Long Chen and Lingxi had finally gotten together, and no matter what he said, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He should have been prepared for this when he allowed them to get married. Is there no other way? The Desolation Emperor was also a little reluctant. Long Chen could only say, "That Dragon Soul Divine General's attitude is firm. There's no other way. As for the two of them, don't worry. I'll take good care of them. Moreover, nothing big will happen in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. As long as you keep this a secret, no one can mess around. Besides, we've already reached the top. Only the Eternal God Domain, where there's conflict, will give us a chance to grow and become stronger. Even if there's no Dragon Soul Divine General, I'll bring them there one day." The Desolation Emperor understood this idea very well, because it was his dream too. He sighed and said, "Xiao Lang, it's indeed suitable for you to go there. There's no longer any flame in the dragon sacrificial continent that you can devour. This place will only restrict you." Long Chen nodded and continued, "Lingxi and I are still the true Martial Emperor and the Sword Spirit Emperor. It's not that we won't come back, or will come back within 1,000 years. Also, this is something that can notify us. If anything big happens in the 3 regions and 9 worlds and I need to deal with it, you can inform me at any time." Long Chen gave them what Kitten had given him. This way, he could leave with peace of mind. The Lingwu Sword Master hesitated for a while, then finally nodded. "Long Chen, you must protect my daughter. Otherwise, I'll destroy your true Martial Emperor Palace. If you leave, no one can stop me." Of course this was a joke. "Chen, I'll stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace before I leave." Lingxi was also very homesick. Just like that, everything was settled. The only thing left was to wait for the day Dragon Soul Divine General Ao Zhan arrived. 1 month later, Long Chen brought Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, and Kitten into the Divine Nation. Then he rushed into the starry sky, where Ao Zhan was already waiting for him. Before leaving, Long Chen bid farewell to everyone again. The 3 regions and 9 worlds had stabilized. The Divine Dragon Nation was also under Su Shue's control. Everyone's fate had changed greatly because of Long Chen. Ao Zhan nodded at Long Chen and said, "You're indeed trustworthy." Long Chen nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Divine General." Ao Zhan revealed a rare smile. "Just call me Big Brother Ao. You've achieved so much at such a young age, far surpassing me. Moreover, you're a dragon martial artist. I hope you can win a chance to enter the 5 great dragon cities of the human race in your lifetime. Judging from your slaughter aura, you must belong to the evil dragon bloodline. In that case, the most suitable place for you should be Slaughter Dragon City." 5 great dragon cities, Slaughter Dragon City. These were all places that Long Qinglan had mentioned to him. Back then, Long Qinglan was the city lord of Eternal Dragon City and was honored as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Eternal God Domain was a stage where glory and dreams collided, where struggle and survival fought. Regarding the Eternal God Domain, the people of the lower worlds knew very little. Long Chen only knew that in the Eternal God Domain, or even the entire dragon sacrificial continent, the human race was not the strongest. In the Eternal God Domain, there were tens of thousands of races. For example, the Spirit of Life race. And the strongest were the 5 great races. One of the 5 great races was the human race. The highest existences of the human race were the 5 great dragon cities. As for the other 4 races, their descendants could be found in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The Spirit race, the Witch race, the Sea race, and the Demon race. P.S. Recommend a book, The Strongest Sword God. Fantasy novel. Chapter 1703. Looking at the rapidly shrinking world below, Long Chen knew that he had already left the world where he had once struggled. After fighting for such a long time and resting for a year, his bloodline belonged to battle. Therefore, when he faced a new battlefield, his blood was reignited. Following Dragon Soul Divine General Ao Zhan, Nye Tian traveled through the starry sky. They were surrounded by a boundless void with countless stars of various sizes. It was no different from the fragmentary star sea. However, the astral winds and turbulence of fragmentary stars here were much stronger than the fragmentary star river. However, this degree of disaster could no longer affect Long Chen. Whether it was the 3 sovereign domains or the Divine Dragon Nation, Long Chen was very assured. The Divine Dragon Nation had Su Shui to look after it. In addition to his strict control, it would be fine for at least 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the 2 supreme experts of the 3 sovereign domains, the Desolation Emperor and the Demon Dragon Palace Master, were restraining each other. The demon dragon palace master had a close relationship with Long Chen, and the Desolation Emperor had been completely intimidated by Long Chen. They only had 1,000 years left, so they had no interest in hegemony or anything else. In other words, Long Chen would be their eternal reverence. Even if he wasn't in the 3 sovereign domains, no one would dare to make a move. Moreover, with the relationship between Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang, the 3 sovereign domains were practically twisted into an iron plate. Therefore, there was no longer any worry in his heart. After completing the mission given by Long Qinglan, Long Chen would definitely return to the dragon sacrificial continent. The mysterious dragon jade, the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. These were all things that had shaped his life and given him a magnificent life. Everything that Long Chen had came from his father. Towards Long Qinglan, he had a vague reverence, but more than that, he loved and respected him. This man had put in a lot of effort to nurture him, but he had been misunderstood and his status was gone. He was in pain and unwilling to die. Since Long Chen was his son, he had the responsibility to wash away his father's shame. Long Chen understood Long Qinglan's pain. He was doing something bold and unprecedented, but no one could understand it. In fact, he was being tarnished, and his name would go down in history. His father's glory was the mission he had entrusted to him. This was something more important than his dignity and life. Long Chen would defend it and conquer it. At the same time, it wasn't just for his father. He had his own mission and desires. Just like Long Qinglan, he wanted to know what was going on in this world. Where had the dragon god gone? What was the future of the dragon sacrificial continent? The eternal god domain held all the answers. It was a place where the strong gathered. It was a place where the strong sought eternal life with all their might. It was a place where the geniuses gathered, where the flames of war burned and battles raged. For the sake of survival and strength, who cared about emotions? Who wouldn't go crazy? This was a world that had been driven crazy by the 18 heavenly tribulations. It was also an era of extreme turmoil. Long Chen didn't know how far the eternal god domain was. It was like the end of the starry sky. After ascending to such a level, Long Chen found it a little strenuous. As expected, a place like the eternal god domain wasn't something he could come to just because he wanted to. He still needed to be strong enough. At this moment, Ao Zhan grabbed his arm. A huge force came from his body, bringing Long Chen along as he sped up towards the end of the starry sky. Countless transformations turned into rays of light that sped past Long Chen like a tunnel formed by meteors. It was all so beautiful. As of today, Long Chen had already spent a month on this path through the starry sky. Although the eternal god domain was a floating island floating above the dragon sacrificial continent, it was really too far away. This Ao Zhan is indeed much stronger than me to be able to guard the dragon sacrificial continent and become a dragon soul general. Long Chen was secretly shocked. As Ao Zhan brought him along, Long Chen took the opportunity to ask him about the eternal god domain. This was because he knew too little about the eternal god domain. He only knew that there were tens of thousands of races, and the strongest were the 5 major races. Among the human race, there were 5 major dragon cities. Big Brother Ao, the territory of the eternal god domain. Ao Zhan interrupted him and said, I knew you would ask me. Anyway, we still have a few more days to travel, so I'll tell you. He was a very patient person. He was a man of few words, but in reality, he was very warm-hearted. He didn't have any conflicts with Long Chen and could be considered a very responsible person. He said, as you all know, the eternal god domain is a floating island in the dragon sacrificial continent. Legend has it that in the absolute beginning era, the ancestral dragon rested there and ruled over the dragons of the dragon sacrificial continent. It's called the ancestral dragon's realm. But that's only a legend. The current eternal god domain can also be considered a huge continent. Its territory, excluding the millions of floating islands around it, is as big as 33 regions and 9 worlds. It's about 1/20th the size of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, this doesn't include the large number of ancient worlds. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand what ancient worlds meant, he explained again, ancient worlds are larger minor cosmos. Of course, they were formed naturally, not from the god kingdoms of powerful experts. Because of that, the eternal god domain is immeasurably vast. In fact, There are many places that no one has ever explored before. That's right, Xueqi said with a smile. That's right. So big. Long Chen was stunned. He thought that the Eternal God domain was about the same size as the 3 imperial domains. After all, the 3 imperial domains were actually very big. Even a floating island could be 30 times the size of the 3 imperial domains. Precisely because it's no different from a continent, the Eternal God domain is also called the Ancient Continent. To you, it should be a whole new world. It's completely different from the 3 regions and 9 worlds that you live in. When you get there, you'll understand why it's called the Ancient Continent. After all, everything in the Eternal Life God domain has been preserved the way it was 10 million years ago, when the Legion of Gods rose to power. Long Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he silently memorized what the other party said. 3/4 of the Eternal God domain, which is also the safest and least dangerous territory, is occupied by the 5 great races. After years of war and invasion, the 5 races finally formed their own fixed territories. These are the 5 God regions of the Eternal God domain. The human race occupies the Dragon God domain. Among the 5 divine regions, the Dragon God realm's territory is ranked 2nd. The demon race occupies the Demon God domain, which is the largest among the 5 regions. In addition, there are the Sea God domain, the Witch God domain, and the Spirit God domain, which are respectively ruled by the Sea race, the Witch race, and the Spirit race. The other 4 God domains are too far away for you. I've never been to another God domain in my life. This time, I'm naturally taking you to the Dragon God domain. Even the Dragon God domain is equivalent to 5 of the 3 imperial domains combined. Moreover, the structure of the Eternal God domain is more mature than the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You'll understand when you get there. Long Chen nodded, then asked, what forces are there in the Dragon God domain? Other than the 5 great dragon cities? Ao Zhan had already expected Long Chen to ask this question. He smiled and said, the 5 great dragon cities are the sacred lands of the human race. We are the direct descendants of the primordial divine dragons. Only we can inherit the divine dragon's blood essence. The dragon is the symbol of the human race, so the 5 great dragon cities have supreme status. Only Samsara realm dragon martial artists are qualified to enter the 5 great dragon cities. Therefore, the 5 great dragon cities are the dream of countless people. They are the core of the entire world, where the true experts gather. Other than the 5 great dragon cities, there are the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. 72 ancient cities of divine descendants? Long Chen had never heard of this before, but it must be related to the gods. After all, most divine dragons were in the same realm as the gods, and the 10 great ancestor dragons were above all the gods. Each of the ancient cities of divine descendants has a history of tens of millions of years. They were built by the descendants of most of the gods from the absolute beginning era. They symbolize the descendants of the gods. The 72 ancient cities of God's descendants divide the Dragon God domain into 72 parts. Martial artists who possess the bloodline of God's descendants are passed down from generation to generation, and they are incomparably powerful. Outsiders can also join the ancient cities of God's descendants and become the ancient cities of God's descendants' battle teams. Therefore, among the human race, other than the 5 great dragon cities that are above everything else, there are also 72 forces. For example, the true martial emperor palace you control is actually built by the descendants of the 18 martial gods on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. There are dozens of similar forces on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The 18 martial gods aren't 18 martial gods, but a martial god with 18 clones. He left an ancient city of divine descendants in the Eternal God domain called the Ancient City of Martial Gods. I'm the Dragon Soul General of the Ancient City of Martial Gods, so I'm stationed on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You're from the true Martial Emperor Palace, so I brought you to the territory of the Ancient City of Martial Gods. I'm sure you'll be more familiar with it. After listening to Ao Zhan's explanation, Long Chen had a general idea of the forces in the Eternal God domain. There were tens of thousands of races, and the 5 races ruled. The 5 God domains occupied most of the Eternal God domain. The Dragon God domain was the hinterland of the human race. The 5 great dragon cities were high above, and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants ruled independently. The place they were heading to now was the ancient city of martial gods. From the ancient city of martial gods to the eternal dragon city, Long Chen quickly formulated his plan. The current him had no idea what would happen in the future. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. While Long Chen was deep in thought, Aozhan said, "When we get close to the Eternal God domain, we'll meet the inspectors of the 5 great dragon cities." Long Chen asked in shock, "Why? Didn't they say that the 5 great dragon cities were high above? It was so easy to see. Reincarnation realm experts? And they were even dragon martial artists? In the Eternal God domain, there were a lot of dragon warriors." "Why? Take a look at the dragon sacrificial continent below first." Aozhan laughed heartily. Long Chen looked down. In that instant, his eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. P.S. A new chapter, the primordial world, is slowly unfolding. Let us wait and see. Chapter 1704. Long Chen suddenly recalled that at this height, he could almost overlook the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Rumor had it that the dragon sacrificial continent was boundless. Then, how big was it exactly? Living on the dragon sacrificial continent, one would never be able to get the answer. The only way was to stand above the sky of this continent. At this moment, Long Chen could be said to have achieved this. After listening to Aozhan's reminder, Long Chen lowered his head and looked down. What shocked him was that the mysterious dragon sacrificial continent below actually revealed such an appearance. It was a huge continent shrouded in thick clouds and mist. It was extremely slender, and Long Chen could only see a part of it. The bigger part was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the part that was revealed was obviously the appearance of a divine dragon. The dragon sacrificial continent was actually an incomparably huge divine dragon in the starry sky. Although the 3 regions and 9 worlds were the core of the dragon sacrificial continent, it was actually only the size of a few dragon scales. A place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain was more like a dragon scale. This was a khaki divine dragon hovering in the starry sky, shrouded in white mist. This was the appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, this wasn't a real dragon, but just the appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. But to be so similar, it definitely had a great relationship with divine dragons. Just how big is the dragon sacrificial continent? In fact, even I'm not sure. I haven't traveled around this huge world. However, because I was born in the Eternal God domain, I know the entire appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. This is a continent that looks like a divine dragon, but in reality, perhaps the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent don't know what kind of land they're on. This is your sorrow. You're lucky to be able to see its full appearance today. Aozhan lamented. Long Chen's gaze was still looking at this land that resembled a divine dragon in shock. He wasn't tall enough and couldn't see the dragon's head and tail of the dragon sacrificial continent, but he was already deeply shocked. At his current level, it was still too early for him to explore the secrets of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen's restless heart gradually calmed down. He suddenly remembered the matter of the 5 dragon city supervisors that Aozhan mentioned. What did this matter have to do with the dragon sacrificial continent below him? Aozhan saw his doubt and replied, "This is a historical secret. You may not know, but the dragon sacrificial continent of the absolute beginning era and the current dragon sacrificial continent are 2 completely different things. First of all, this involves the concept of the level of the world. You have roughly understood that the world in your hometown is on a completely different level from the 3 regions and 9 realms. This is the level of the world. In a place of a lower level of the world, your body can expand, and the space there can be shattered at will. Everything in the world is fragile, and even the spiritual energy in the world is unimaginably thin. But in the 3 regions and 9 realms, almost all ordinary people are born with extraordinary martial power. Even the grass and trees are much harder than in their original world, and the spiritual energy is considered normal. This shows that there is a hierarchy between the 2 worlds." Long Chen suddenly understood. In fact, he also roughly understood. For example, his body in the 3 regions and 9 worlds could only reach 20,000 meters at most, but in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it could expand 200 times. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, Sky Martial Realm experts could shatter space, but in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, one needed to be at the pinnacle of the God Martial Realm. Aozhan said, "In the absolute beginning era, it could be said that almost the entire continent was on the same level. At that time, the Eternal God domain was the ancestral dragon realm, and the world's level was higher and more stable. But as time passed, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was in the process of collapsing. In the absolute beginning era, even the lowest level of the dragon sacrificial continent was stronger than the current Eternal God domain. Therefore, at that time, countless divine dragons comparable to gods could fly freely on the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, legend has it that the dragon sacrificial continent has shrunk by almost half. A large amount of land has broken off and wandered in the starry sky, perishing and turning into broken stars. The information in this paragraph was too much. Long Chen couldn't react for a while. The original dragon sacrificial continent was twice the size of the current eternal god domain. At that time, just the world's level of the dragon sacrificial continent had surpassed the current eternal god domain. Long Chen had more or less understood the concept of the world's hierarchy. But in that case, according to this trend, wouldn't there come a day when the dragon sacrificial continent would completely collapse after tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years? For example, the divine dragon nation, a place at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent, the lowest level of the world, would break away from the dragon sacrificial continent and shatter in the starry sky? Wouldn't that mean that more people would die? Wouldn't that mean that this world was on the verge of destruction? And an unstoppable destruction at that? Long Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The world's level of the eternal god domain is much higher than the core of the dragon sacrificial continent. With your talent and potential, only the eternal god domain is suitable for you to survive. You can think about it. When countless people stronger than you enter the dragon sacrificial continent, any one of their battles will be able to tear the 3 regions and 9 worlds apart. If they barge into those peripheral worlds, they can cause the death of billions of lives with just a wave of their hands. How terrifying would that be? After all, with your current strength, you're already a deity in those peripheral worlds. You can directly create a god martial realm martial artist. This is the means of a deity. Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly had a rough idea of what the other party meant. This was also the reason why he was brought to the eternal god domain. Ao Zhan said helplessly, "To be honest, the eternal god domain is a nightmare that comes with opportunities. With our strength, we can roam freely in the lower realms. Anyone from the eternal god domain can transform into a god and rule over all living beings. But why is the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent still able to maintain peace? That was because there was only one law among the myriad races, and it was the #1 law in the eternal god realm. It forbade any living being from entering the lower worlds in private. If discovered, they would be killed without question. There would be no exceptions. This is mainly to protect the weak living beings in the lower realms, and at the same time to maintain the balance of the dragon sacrificial continent. If not for this law, the dragon sacrificial continent would have long been riddled with holes. After all, humans are crazy." This law stunned Long Chen. He previously told them that he might return within 1,000 years, or that if there was anything, he could use the thing left behind by the kitten to send a message. But this eternal god domain had such strict laws. How was he supposed to go down? Ao Zhan seemed to know what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "This law is also for you to hear. Seeing that we are fated to meet, I'll seriously remind you not to try to go to the lower realms privately. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Of course, you don't have to worry about the matters here. I'll help you look after it. After all, my duty as the Dragon Soul Divine General is to maintain the peace of the lower realms. You can go and explore without worry. In this case, it would be much more troublesome to go back. Unless Long Chen had the power to surpass the law, or he could escape the senses of a reincarnation realm powerhouse without being noticed. However, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. How strong were reincarnation realm martial artists? It seemed like the only thing he could rely on was his double ancestral dragon bloodline. His only mission was to grow as fast as possible. The current eternal god domain is mostly native powerhouses. There are also a few who were captured from the dragon sacrificial continent. Just like you. The foundation of native martial artists is very high. Almost not long after birth, they can fuse their divine soul and martial soul to form the god martial soul. There are no commoners in the entire eternal god domain. It's a world full of powerhouses. The eternal god domain is also considered a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, the current eternal god domain can be said to have preserved all the powerhouses of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. This can be considered an era of unprecedented decline. From the absolute beginning era when divine dragons soared, to the primordial era when gods ruled, to the primordial era when gods were rare, to the primordial era when gods were extinct, to the primordial era when gods were extinct. It seems like the dragon sacrificial continent is heading towards destruction. Destruction! Long Chen's heart was fiercely shaken. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Not only had the level of the world declined, but the overall level of martial artists had also declined to a frightening degree. Until today, there was not even a single god left. Absolute beginning era, primordial era, primordial era, primordial era, middle era. Would there come a day when the dragon sacrificial continent would truly perish, leaving only the eternal god domain to hold on? Or would the eternal god domain also be completely annihilated in the end? Seeing his solemn expression, Aojan laughed and said, "You've digressed a little. We're all small characters under the heavenly Tao. It's fine as long as we live our own lives. What's the point of caring about these things? I'll answer you now. Why would the 5 great dragon cities have supervisors stationed at the borders of the eternal god domain? It's naturally to prevent anyone from escaping into the dragon sacrificial continent. The area we're heading towards is one of the 5 great dragon cities. There's a well-known martial artist in the eternal dragon city. We respectfully address him as the Star Soul Supervisor, because he inherited the blood essence of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. The 3,000 Star Soul Dragons have 3,000 dragon-shaped clones. With 3,000 clones stationed at the borders of the war god ancient city, who could escape? Long Chen suddenly realized that he had truly entered a world with many martial artists of the dragon sacrificial continent. All the martial artists of the dragon sacrificial continent, as well as the countless dragon blood essence that had been preserved since ancient times in the eternal god domain, were all gathered in the eternal god domain. The 5 great dragon cities were where all the martial artists of the Samsara tribulation realm gathered. Although he was forbidden from returning, Long Chen still had some vague expectations for the 5 great dragon cities. Most importantly, it was his mission. Chapter 1705. In the next few days, Long Chen more or less understood a lot of things from Ao Zhan. As he ascended, the dragon sacrificial continent became smaller and smaller in his field of vision. Long Chen could finally see the entire continent. The dragon sacrificial continent was unimaginably huge. It was really unimaginable how huge the dragon sacrificial continent, which was twice its current size, was countless years ago. It wasn't impossible for billions of dragons to live on the dragon sacrificial continent. These days, Long Chen had received a lot of new information. His heart was already numb from the shock, so he was very calm. Of course, Mo Xiaolang and the others were also very shocked. It wasn't just Long Chen. Everyone was very yearning for this huge world. "We're almost at the eternal god domain," Ao Zhan suddenly said. Long Chen raised his head and saw that there was also a huge continent in front of him. This was a huge continent shrouded in black-yellow fog. Although he hadn't gotten close, a savage aura hit him in the face. There were countless terrifying auras on this continent. After arriving here, Long Chen suddenly felt extremely small. This is the eternal god domain. Although he had only seen a small corner, Long Chen still felt shocked. The area of the eternal god domain was 1/20th of the dragon sacrificial continent. Such a huge area was also an endless world for Long Chen. The level of the surrounding world had indeed increased. Long Chen could feel the feeling of space squeezing him. The space here was becoming more and more stable. Even his nirvana force was constantly being suppressed. If he transformed into his dragon form, he definitely wouldn't be able to reach a distance of 20,000 meters, or even 2,000 meters. It would probably be even more shocking when he reached the eternal god domain. He couldn't imagine what that ancient world was like. Before arriving at the eternal god domain, the two first rushed into a starry sky filled with broken stars. At this place, Ao Zhan had no choice but to slow down. He walked forward slowly with a vigilant expression. "When we meet the Star Soul Supervisor later, it's best not to speak, understand?" Ao Zhan reminded with a smile. Long Chen nodded silently. Experts at the Rebirth Tribulation Realm had at least passed the 9 stages of Nirvana tribulations. The vast continent in front of him seemed to be getting closer and closer. Even though it was quite a distance away, Long Chen could still hear the furious roars of wild beasts, the ravaging of giant bugs, and the sounds of countless nirvanic tribulations. Sure enough, there were people dying in the nirvanic tribulation in the immortal god domain. It really was a chaotic world filled with slaughter. Under the threat of the nirvana tribulation, not many people were normal. For survival, for treasures, killing was the main theme of the eternal god realm. Just as Long Chen was lost in thought about this ancient continent, he and Ao Zhan suddenly stopped moving forward. In the starry sky in front of them, countless broken stars began to gather. Large amounts of blue light swirled, and in the blink of an eye, a giant dragon formed in front of Long Chen. It was tens of thousands of meters long. Even though it wasn't a corporeal dragon, just a divine dragon formed from broken stars, its divine might still made Long Chen's pitifully small amount of nirvana energy tremble. He was careful not to release the prideful bloodline of the ancestral dragon. If news of the ancestral dragon's essence blood leaked, the entire immortal god domain would probably go crazy. The divine dragon that was formed was probably the 3,000 star soul dragon. That huge dragon head looked down at Ao Zhan and Long Chen motionlessly. Its blue eyes caused them to shiver in fear. Ao Zhan hurriedly half-knelt on the ground with Long Chen. I am Ao Zhan, General of the Dragon Soul Dragon from the Battle God Ancient City. Recently, I found a genius in the lower world with extraordinary battle prowess. According to the laws of the myriad races, I am bringing him to the eternal god domain. I hope the inspector will let us through. Now that he was in the eternal god domain, he had to keep a low profile before he had absolute power. Long Chen lowered his head and said, Junior Long Chen greets the inspector. Then, everything quieted down. Long Chen knew that the Inspector Star Soul was inspecting him, so he didn't dare make a sound. This guy was from the Eternal Dragon City. Perhaps he knew his father. A dragon warrior created from the essence blood that was left in the lower world? The Inspector Star Soul finally spoke in an indifferent voice. The giant dragon's head swayed slightly, as if it didn't care much. Go in. Remember, once you're in the Eternal God domain, don't even think about going back. Yes. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Long Chen rose to his feet and followed Ao Zhan. They carefully circled around the Inspector Star Soul and entered the Eternal God domain. Father, I'm finally here. And I even saw a dragon warrior from the Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. The moment had finally come. The moment of his final battle. Battle God Ancient City. Eternal Dragon City. The 5 races God domain. Just as they passed by the Inspector Star Soul, the 3,000 Star Soul dragons suddenly said, Wait! Long Chen was scared stiff. Had the other party discovered his special bloodline? If that was the case, then in front of a legendary Samsara realm dragon warrior. In that instant, Long Chen felt the threat of death looming over him. Inspector, what are your orders? Ao Zhan hurriedly asked. He could sense Long Chen's nervousness. This was also reasonable. After all, this was Long Chen's first time seeing a powerhouse from the Eternal God domain. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Eternal God domain weren't on the same level. These 3,000 Star Soul dragons could take Long Chen's life with a wave of their hands. Finally, the Inspector Star Soul spoke again. He stared at Long Chen and said, You brought 2 demons here. According to the rules, we can't do anything to the demons in the lower realm. But I advise you to quickly think of a way to send them to the demon domain after you reach the Battle God Ancient City. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Let's go. Demons? As long as his ancestral dragon bloodline wasn't discovered, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this guy to be able to see through his god country. That's right, there were demons in his god country. Mo Xiaolang was still a human's primordial spirit, but his body was that of a demon. Soyan was also more or less transformed. As for Kitten, he shouldn't be considered a demon. After saying that, the Inspector Star Soul dissipated. Ao Zhan hurriedly left with Long Chen. His gaze became very solemn. When they neared the Eternal Life God domain, he said solemnly, You brought the demons here too? Long Chen could only nod and ask, What's wrong? Ao Zhan said helplessly, I forgot to tell you, the demons and the humans are mortal enemies. The demon domain and dragon domain have been at war for years. Basically, if demons are found in the dragon domain, they will be ganged up on and killed. This was something that Long Chen couldn't possibly know. What? Long Chen was shocked. In the God country, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi also had solemn expressions. No matter how much they thought about it, they didn't expect the conflict between the demons and humans to be to this extent. Even in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, the demons in the Desolate Emperor region didn't seem to have a huge conflict with the humans. But they didn't expect the situation to be like this in the Eternal Life God domain. Mortal enemies that would kill each other on sight? Ao Zhan said, "How about this? I'll bring the two demons back to the dragon sacrificial continent. I still have to go back anyway." Didn't this mean that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would be cut off from each other for the rest of their lives? No way. Long Chen shook his head and refused. He knew that Mo Xiaolang and the others definitely wouldn't be willing to do this. After all, they had already come to this place. Ao Zhan's gaze was solemn as he said, "I can hand them over to the Demon Soul Heavenly General. He will bring your brother to the demon domain." Long Chen hesitated. If Mo Xiaolang went to the demon domain, it would be very difficult to meet him. The oath to fight side by side would be even more impossible. When they first arrived in the three great emperor domains, the two brothers were separated by external forces and only met again later. Long Chen didn't want Mo Xiaolang to roam the world by himself and repeat the encounter in the three great emperor domains. Similarly, Mo Xiaolang definitely didn't want to do this. He didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he arrived here. "Big brother Ao, let's discuss this," said Long Chen. Ao Zhan could only nod. "In the God Nation," Mo Xiaolang pondered for a moment and said, "Big brother, I didn't expect this situation. Although I definitely want to fight by your side, if it will cause you great trouble, I'd better return to the 3 regions and 9 worlds. I can wait for you to come back. It's just that. It's really regrettable." Although he said that, Long Chen knew Mo Xiaolang very well. He knew that Mo Xiaolang must be very unwilling at this moment. Long Chen said, "Didn't Supervisor Star Soul say that we should find a way to send you to the demon domain after we reach the Battle God Ancient City? It just so happens that I'm going to roam the world. We might be able to reach a border between the demon race and the human race. Before that, you can stay in the God Nation. We don't know the situation in the eternal celestial realm, but we have to be careful. If you stay in the 3 regions and 9 worlds or go to the demon domain, it's very likely that we won't meet again in this lifetime. After all, the 3 regions and 9 worlds aren't big, but the eternal celestial realm is, and the people there are so strong. I don't feel at ease letting you go to the demon domain alone." Long Chen revealed his plan in one go. "Yes, it's best if the 5 of us don't separate," Lingxi said softly. Mo Xiaolang struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "All right, then I'll stay in the God Nation for now. Only the rebirth tribulation realm and above can see through the God Nation, and experts at that level won't care about a small fry like me. To be honest, I don't want to go back, nor do I want to go to the demon domain. So I'll do as you say, big brother. The most precious thing in this life is to roam the world together. So what if we die? If we become strangers from then on, then that's..." This was his true thought. His thoughts were the same as Long Chen's. At the very least, they didn't know the situation in the eternal celestial realm yet. If it really didn't work out, then they could send Mo Xiaolang and the others to the demon domain. After making up his mind, Long Chen told Ao Zhan his plan. Ao Zhan frowned deeply and said angrily, "Forget it, this is your problem. I'm just giving you advice. You haven't been to the eternal celestial realm, so you don't know how crazy the people there are. Go ahead and try. I hope you won't despair too quickly. My duty is only to send you here." Long Chen understood Ao Zhan. "Big brother Ao, no matter what, I still have to thank you. If there's a chance in the future, Long Chen will definitely repay you. Forget about the repayment. Live for a few thousand more years. Fight to enter the 5 great dragon cities. You've fulfilled one of my wishes." Ao Zhan's stiff face relaxed. If not for the matter with the demon race, he still had high hopes for Long Chen. But now... Chapter 1706. Finally, Long Chen followed Ao Zhan and set foot on the primordial continent. The reason why it was called the primordial continent was because the environment of the eternal sacred domain still retained the primordial appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. Only after truly arriving in this world did Long Chen feel the pressure of this world. If this was a truly stable world, then the dragon sacrificial continent was indeed on the verge of collapse, especially a peripheral world like the divine dragon nation. Compared to the eternal sacred domain, it was simply unimaginably fragile. Long Chen suddenly recalled the ruins under the city of the wronged in the eternal hell. Whether it was the ground or the walls, they were all unimaginably hard. That ruins must have been the city that the city lord of the wronged had brought down to the lower realm. As soon as he set foot in the eternal sacred domain, Long Chen felt that everything in the eternal sacred domain, whether it was flowers, grass, trees, or even a small stone, was harder and more stable than those ruins. This was also why so many experts were unable to destroy this place despite surviving in the eternal sacred domain. If the dragon's sacrificial continent could accommodate so many experts, it might have been destroyed long ago. Many people in the eternal sacred domain don't even know about the existence of the lower realm because the higher-ups are consciously concealing it. This way, there are fewer people who intend to infiltrate the lower realm. Otherwise, the inspectors would be very busy. Dragon Soul Divine General Ao Zhan lamented. Long Chen's attention was focused on the land he had just set foot on. In front of him was a land even more barren than the desolate Emperor domain. A desolate and ancient aura washed over him, mixed with the smell of blood and the smell of beasts. In front of him was an ancient forest. Those unknown plants were entangled with each other, and there was a vague, terrifying power coming from the plants. Long Chen took a closer look and found that the most ordinary of plants actually had immortal patterns on them. Those vast trees looked so unique and domineering because of the immortal essences. And this forest in front of him stretched for tens of thousands of miles. He had no idea how vast it was. Just how many immortal essences were there? Most importantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps it couldn't even be considered heaven and earth spiritual chi anymore. Above the eternal God realm, there was nirvana spiritual chi everywhere. This spiritual chi floated in this huge world, and the ease of cultivation here was at least 100 times greater than in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. You can feel it, right? This surging world energy, we call it nirvana spirit energy. This is the foundation of the eternal God domain, and also the foundation of countless expert strength. You're right to come to the eternal God domain. Without nirvana spirit energy, you'll never be able to make any significant progress. That's also why most experts in the lower realms can only reach the 6th level of the nirvana tribulation realm. That's why our Dragon Soul God General isn't willing to go down to the lower worlds. I'll be back in the eternal God domain after 300 years. Long Chen was deeply shocked as he sensed the terrifying nirvana energy. Was this Long Qinglan's hometown? Long Chen realized how much he looked forward to this world. This ancient forest is a hindrance to cultivators who sneak down to the lower worlds. There are many bloodthirsty dire beasts in the forest that kill each other by nature. There are also huge desolate worms that wreak havoc. It looks peaceful, but in reality, you can lose your life if you're not careful. Given the strength of an ordinary person, flying in the eternal God domain requires a lot of nirvana energy. It won't be as easy as going down to the lower worlds. That's why I'll take you through this forest. After saying that, Ao Zhan's power surged, and he brought Long Chen across the boundless ancient forest. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. It seemed like he'd become an ordinary person here. Dire beasts? Aren't demons not allowed to appear in the Dragon God domain? This was what Long Chen was most confused about. Ao Zhan shook his head. Dire beasts, venomous worms, and many ancient species have nothing to do with the demon race. In fact, the demon race can be called beast warriors, and they're related to us humans. But the dire beasts have nothing to do with us. Real dire beasts don't have great intelligence, and they don't have a human form. They're violent by nature. You'll understand when you see them. There are many descendants of dire beasts in the lower worlds, such as ferocious beasts and ghost beasts. Dire beasts and the demon race come from the same source. Dire beasts can be found all over the eternal God domain, while the demon race can be considered to have gained intelligence. They're very good at controlling dire beasts, but they don't have absolute control over them. We humans can also control dire beasts. After a pause, Ao Zhan said, the biggest difference between dire beasts and the demon race is probably their intelligence. Long Chen had a sudden realization. No wonder there were demon races in the lower worlds, but there were also ferocious beasts that couldn't take human form. He didn't expect the eternal God domain to be the source. In other words, it wasn't hard to hide Mo Xiaolang, as long as he couldn't take human form. Of course, he still had to carefully investigate the difference between dire beasts and demon race. Under Ao Zhan's control, the two of them flew across the sky for 2 days and 3 nights. During these 2 days and 3 nights, Long Chen saw countless bloodthirsty eyes in the gloomy forest, terrifying screams, long snakes slithering in the forest, all kinds of poisonous insects on the trees, and most of the strange beasts. Because Ao Zhan's speed was very fast, Long Chen could only see the tip of the ice. Even an insect the size of a thumb had the aura of nirvana energy on its body. This was truly a terrifying world. Long Chen could feel the thick killing intent of the dire beasts. Luckily there aren't any dire beasts in the rebirth realm in this forest, or we would all be dead. Ao Zhan relaxed after finally passing through the terrifying ancient forest. Long Chen deduced that this guy's strength should be at the 9th stage of the Nirvana realm. He was definitely an existence that could crush him to death easily. What appeared in front of them was a piece of barren land. Nirvana's spiritual energy rose up like a fog, blocking a large amount of light. A large amount of huge grasses densely covered the land. The leaves that were like saw teeth spread out and were actually stained with blood. On the ground, there were many broken weapons scattered on the ground. The blood had already dried up, and they were all the remains of Dao treasures. Clearly, there had been many tragic battles here, and many bones were scattered. Between the soil, hideous little insects squeezed out, crawled into the bones, and gnawed madly, making cracking sounds. As the number of bones they devoured increased, their bodies actually grew larger. At this moment, a black insect of the same species that was close to a meter long crawled up, and swallowed the bones and countless little insects into its stomach. Suddenly seeing Long Chen, the black insect's eyes turned gloomy, and it sank back into the soil. Whether it was Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, or the others, they all stared at the world in a daze. This is the eternal sacred domain, where you will all stay in the future. I have to go. Ao Zhan had completed his mission. It was time to part ways, so Long Chen could only say, if there's a chance in the future, Long Chen will definitely repay you. Forget it, just live on. If I brought you here and you died in a few days, it would be my responsibility. Be careful, especially when it comes to the demon race. It's best if you listen to my advice and send him to the demon immortal domain. Also, there's an ancient city about 300 miles from here. You can go there and live. 300 miles. If it was the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could cover it in the blink of an eye. After Ao Zhan finished speaking, he looked deeply at Long Chen, and then left. After he left, Long Chen looked around, and was shocked by this desolate land. This is indeed a world where the strong preys on the weak. After Ao Zhan left, the others also became active. Boss, what do you plan to do next? Kitten was the only one who didn't feel any pressure. In Long Chen's heart, the bigger target was naturally the Eternal Dragon City, and the smaller target was the ancient city that Ao Zhan mentioned. We have to blend in with the people of this world to understand it, so let's go to that ancient city first. Boss, I'm not from the demon race. Let me out. After staying in here for more than a month, yours truly's bones are all rusty. Long Chen couldn't possibly let them stay in the God Nation forever. After all, it was a sealed world, and it would be disrespectful to them. After all, anyone who came to the Eternal God Domain would want to experience this world. Unless they had no other choice, who would be willing to stay in there forever? Therefore, the moment they arrived, Long Chen let Lingxi and Kitten out. As for Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi, they weren't clear about the situation of the demon race yet, so they couldn't be careless. Big brother, it's fine. Yan, and I are fine here. Let's see what's going on first. Since they weren't in a rush, Mo Xiaolang didn't mind. That's right, that's right. I'm not going out. It's so scary out there. Girls were most afraid of bugs and the like. The outside world had Xueqi scared to death. And just like that, Long Chen held onto Lingxi's hand and walked through this desolate world. He had all the time in the world to familiarize himself with it. As for Kitten, he was jumping up and down, chattering away with Lingxi's 9-hell fantasy butterfly. It was a lively scene. To travel through the wilderness, one needed a certain amount of courage. The wilderness wasn't flat at all. Mountains and rivers ran through it, and the roads were rugged. When they arrived at a sinister mountain range, Long Chen raised his head and waved for Kitten to be quiet. He looked at the mountains in front of him. The mountain walls were mottled, but they were trembling slightly. Something's coming, Long Chen said in a low voice. He protected Lingxi and the rest behind him while he took a few steps forward. The tremors were getting more and more intense, and the stench of blood and stench assaulted his nostrils. Just at that moment, a loud boom rang out. A mountain peak that was 100 meters tall was slammed into. The mountain rocks exploded, turning into countless rocks that flew towards Long Chen. Chapter 1707. It was a monster from the eternal sacred realm. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a wild beast at such a close distance. This strange desolate beast was about 30 meters long and looked like a small mountain. 30 meters was not small. In the eternal sacred realm, Long Chen's divine dragon body was only about 200 meters long. This was the pressure of a mature world. Mo Xiaolong's sun-devouring demonic wolf body was probably less than 100 meters long. In fact, whether it was the body of a demon, a wild beast, or a divine dragon, there was not much of a relationship between body size and strength. However, for most creatures, body size was related to strength. This 30-meter-long giant beast was solid and full of explosive power. Its body was filled with nirvana energy. In terms of combat power, even the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple, who was at the third tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, was not a match for this ordinary wild beast. The giant beast that appeared in front of Long Chen had a majestic body like a mountain goat, but it had sharp claws like a tiger's. Most of its body was covered with bobs, and there were 3 sharp thorns on its back. Its eyes were long and narrow, blood-red, and it looked bloody and ferocious. There were also 2 pairs of horns on its head. The first pair was like a bull's horn, pointing straight ahead, and it was covered with mottled bloodstains. The other pair was much larger, and it was spiral-shaped, like wings that extended to its tail, and its sharp points shone with a frightening cold light. The most surprising thing was its wide mouth and sharp teeth that were full of the smell of death. This wild beast was purely a killing machine. Long Chen had just arrived, so of course he could not call out the wild beast's name. This desolate beast was not coming for them. It was chasing a snow-white little beast. Long Chen took a closer look. The beast that was running towards them in a sorry state was a cute snow-white puppy. Its eyes were big and shiny, and its limbs were rather short. The way it ran was very cute and amusing. The huge desolate beast let out a series of roars as saliva dripped from its mouth. It used its sharp horns to smash the mountain, completely ignoring Long Chen and the others. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the snow-white puppy. When the chubby snow-white puppy saw Long Chen and the rest, its big eyes flashed with a pleading light. It pitifully ran towards Long Chen. Chen! Such a cute little thing instantly broke Lingxi's heart. He had to attack. The wild beast would not avoid Long Chen. After not fighting for more than a year, Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon nature was about to explode. At this moment, the god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. He was like a cannonball, crashing towards the ferocious wild beast with terrifying momentum. In an instant, he appeared on the head of the wild beast. Long Chen held the desolate beast's horn with one hand. His muscles bulged, and with the ancestral dragon's body, he used his physical strength. With a sudden burst of strength, the charging behemoth was flipped around. The incomparably large body was lifted into the air by Long Chen before it was flung away. With a loud explosion, another mountain peak was hit. Large amounts of rubble rained down, nearly annihilating the desolate beast. Boom, boom, boom. The wild beast was covered in blood, but it did not let out a scream. Instead, it let out an angry roar like a tiger. It crushed the mountain rocks and prepared to attack Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen flung the god-slaying sword. The grey divine sword pierced through the wild beast's eye and burst out from the back of its head. Blood splattered all over the sky. After the god-slaying sword passed, the wild beast's vitality faded rapidly no matter how strong it was. Before it died, it still struggled towards Long Chen and finally collapsed in front of Long Chen. There was no more sound. When it died, the wild beast was already lying in a pool of blood, showing its ferocity. A mere third-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm wild beast was so daring. If this ordinary wild beast was thrown into the Dragon Ritual Continent, its body would expand 100 times. Only a demon, the Arch-Realm martial artist, would be able to deal with it. With a large amount of Nirvana spiritual energy and immortal essences in the eternal celestial domain, even wild beasts were extraordinary. After dealing with his first opponent in the eternal celestial domain, Long Chen turned around and saw that Lingxi was already hugging that snow-white puppy in her arms. That puppy was still trembling and squeezing itself pitifully in Lingxi's arms. Tears welled up in its eyes and it even coughed a few times, making one's heart ache. Kitten ran around the puppy in circles. Long Chen walked up and said, "Let's leave this place first." He was not familiar with the eternal celestial domain, so he was very careful at all times. If he caused a commotion here, someone might discover him. After leaving the mountain range, Long Chen took the puppy into his hands and examined it. There's no Nirvana energy in it. It's not a normal wild beast. Could it be an ancient mutated beast like Dai? He saw that although Lingxi had quite a lot, she clearly had no resistance to such a cute little thing, so he studied it a little more. Woo woo. The puppy barked a few times, looking at Lingxi in awe of Long Chen. Haha, I finally know what this dog is. Kitten laughed loudly. Long Chen walked while waiting for his answer. This is a spiritual snow hound. It's indeed an ancient mutated beast. It's not easy for it to survive until now. Its bloodline is very special, and the most awesome thing about it is its nose. It's said to be the best in the world. You guys are really lucky to get a little monster like this as soon as you come to the eternal celestial domain. It has another name. It's called... Speaking of this, the kitten began to act mysteriously. What? Long Chen glared at him. Kitten then said, That's called a treasure hunting dog. Haha, that's the nickname I gave it. This little thing doesn't have any strong points, and it doesn't have much combat power. Any little bug can kill it. However, its nose is very good. Basically, it can detect Dao treasures, immortal essences, and some other strange treasures. As long as there's something good nearby, it will bring you to it. Of course you have to become its master. A treasure hunting dog? This was the first time Long Chen heard of such a magical thing. The pure white puppy shrunk back, extremely afraid of Long Chen. Hearing that it was a good thing, Lingxi was even more determined to bring it along. Seeing that she couldn't bear to part with it, Long Chen could only hand it over to her. Thank you, Chen. Lingxi was overjoyed as if she had received a gift. She went to play with the pitiful little beast. If we're lucky, this little thing can still be of great help. Although the kitten had a look of disdain, it still said so. Are there many of these things in the eternal God realm? Long Chen suddenly asked. I'm guessing, not many, Kitten said with a chuckle. Definitely not many, but it had appeared right in front of him. His luck was just too good, right? The group continued forward. As he advanced through the wilderness, there were indeed desolate beasts and venomous bugs everywhere. Along the way, Long Chen basically never let go of his sword. The most difficult thing to deal with was not the desolate beasts, but the venomous bugs. They would appear from time to time. On the leaves, in the rocks, in the river, many of the seemingly simple venomous bugs were, in fact, shockingly poisonous. Any one of them could wreak havoc in the lower realms. After about half a day, they finally walked out of the wilderness. Up ahead was a relatively flat piece of land. Although it was still covered in rocks, at least there seemed to be signs of human habitation. But no matter where they went, the smell of blood still lingered around them. The sentient snow hound began to get familiar with the group. It didn't have any intelligence, and all it could do was babble. When Lingxi wasn't holding it, it would scamper along on its 4 short legs. It was a cute sight. Perhaps it was because Long Chen had slaughtered the wild beasts, but the sentient snow hound was afraid of him. Up ahead should be the city Big Brother Ao mentioned. We'll live there for a while and blend in. Then we can move on to the next step of the plan. An ancient city appeared in front of them. In terms of grandeur, it couldn't compare to the desolate emperor's palace at all. The mottled city walls and shabby bricks looked like they had been passed down from ancient times. Although they looked shabby, they were actually more stable than Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen got closer and closer to the city. He could see a black flag set up on the city wall. The flag was embroidered with a blood-red wolf head. It was a cruel sight. The ancient city had an even thicker stench of blood. It seemed like it was not a peaceful place. It seems the eternal life god domain is a world of bloodshed and slaughter. Wild beasts roam the land, and venomous bugs are everywhere. Under the pressure of the heaven Dao nirvanic tribulation and reincarnation tribulation, people fight with their lives on the line. They kill for treasures, for Dao items, for immortal essences, and for pre-heaven Daoist magics. Although he had only just arrived, Long Chen had already guessed what was going on. The lingering smell of blood in the air was the best evidence. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the direction of the city as a large group of people headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen and company stopped in their tracks. They narrowed their eyes as they looked at the group that was quickly approaching them. It was a group riding desolate beasts. The desolate beasts they were riding on were wolves that had passed at least 2 nirvana tribulations. They looked extremely ferocious wolf-shaped desolate beasts. Their bodies were pitch black and their eyes were blood red. The most terrifying thing about them was that they did not have any fur. Their bodies were covered in thick black scales and their claws and teeth were terrifyingly sharp. As they approached Long Chen and company, the group of wolf-shaped desolate beasts panted heavily and let out low growls. The sentient snow hound yelped and cowered at Lingxi's feet, shivering. Chapter 1708. The wolves howled uneasily, showing their might to Long Chen and the other two. If not for the warriors controlling them, they would have already pounced on Long Chen and torn him to shreds. The martial practitioners on top of the wolf pack surveyed Long Chen and the other two from above, their eyes incomparably cold. Most of their gazes were fixed on Lingxi, and they exchanged glances with each other before licking their lips with their scarlet tongues. From their bodies, Long Chen could sense a terrifying fiendish aura. There was a saying that went, "Every place nurtures its own people." The environment here was so harsh, so it was reasonable for such fierce warriors to be born. The wolf pack changed, and 3 of the strongest martial artists rode their giant wolves to Long Chen. These 3 people were middle-aged, and there were many scars on their bodies, which was even more shocking. Long Chen could see through the realms of these 3 people at a glance. They were all martial artists who had just crossed the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In the eternal sacred territory, the divine martial realm was the lowest level. Those who were above the Nirvana Tribulation realm were considered ordinary warriors. They gradually approached Long Chen's group and stopped when they were only 10 meters away. The huge wolves that the 3 leading men were riding on were almost upon Long Chen. The dozen or so huge wolves became more and more frenzied the closer they got. They used their sharp claws and teeth to dig deep claw marks into the ground, and the hot saliva on their tongues dripped onto the ground, causing a large amount of corrosion to the ground. "You!" One of the leaders pointed the axe in his hand at Lingxi and said, "Based on your route, do you want to go to the city in front?" Perhaps it was because they thought that Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, so in their opinion Lingxi, who was at the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, was the one in charge. The man's voice was low and extremely unpleasant. Lingxi frowned and hid behind Long Chen. At this moment, the warriors on the wolves turned their ferocious gazes to Long Chen. There was no smile on their faces, only cruelty. "You can go now. If this lady wants to come to the territory occupied by the Wolf Fang army, it has nothing to do with you." The leading martial artist continued to speak in a loud voice. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with pressure. He wanted to scare Long Chen away. So it turned out that he had designs on Lingxi. These people were different from ordinary hooligans. When ordinary hooligans met a beauty like Lingxi, they would definitely tease her first. But from their cold eyes, they were like a group of bloodthirsty beasts. Don't expect them to be gentle, that's impossible. In this world, the law of the jungle was a huge blow to Long Chen. He realized that there was no chance to reason in this place. There was only obedience and killing. It seemed like he had to give up on the idea of going to the city to live and gather information. Courting death. Seeing that Long Chen didn't reply after 3 breaths, one of the leaders growled and moved the giant wolf he was riding towards Long Chen. In the next instant, the sharp axe carried the might of heaven and earth, as well as the vast power and berserk battle Dao, as it arrived before Long Chen. Based on this strike alone, it could be seen that this seemingly crude martialist wasn't weak at all when it came to his comprehension of the heavenly Dao. If Long Chen wasn't strong enough, he would be beheaded and Lingxi would be taken back to the city. The other warriors watched this scene coldly and cruelly. Just as the huge broad axe was about to land, Long Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and caught the axe that was about to cut off his neck. "If you want to compete in killing and craziness, you won't be able to catch up to me." After easily catching the other party's weapon, Long Chen's temperament changed. His words caused a commotion among the Wolf Fang. They looked at each other and knew that they had met their match. However, they weren't timid. Instead, they let out earth-shattering roars and each of them drove their giant wolves to attack Long Chen. "Die!" The warrior in front of him struggled angrily. His body was much larger than Long Chen's, but his strength was probably only a few tenths of Long Chen's. Long Chen easily snatched the other party's broad axe and swept the other party's head away. Blood splattered everywhere. When the terrifying axe fell again, the head of the giant wolf that was pouncing towards Long Chen was directly smashed. At this time, the other warriors had already charged over. The scene of Long Chen killing a 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation warrior with a flip of his hand had deeply shocked them. However, it had also aroused their pride and anger. "Kill!" The dire beasts roared. More than a dozen warriors unleashed violent Khanate Taoist techniques and charged over. The enemy's base camp was just behind them. No one knew what level of warriors were there. In such a situation, they could only end the battle quickly. Without another word, Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. At that moment, he was like a god of death. As the long sword swept across, blood splattered. One by one, the warriors fell from their giant wolves. There was a red dot between their eyebrows, but they had already lost their lives. In an instant, more than a dozen corpses fell to the ground, trampled by the pack of wolves. Long Chen didn't kill the dire beasts. Instead, he caused chaos at the scene. One of the warriors at the fourth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm abandoned the desolate beast he was riding and rushed towards the ancient city with all his might. It was unknown where he took out a horn and blew it in fear. Immediately, the sound spread out and the entire city was filled with noise. The city gates opened and a large number of warriors rushed in. The next moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword reaped his life. The sound of the horn stopped abruptly. My wolf fang will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Before he died, the warrior's expression was ferocious. At this time, Long Chen was much colder than they were. After getting rid of everyone, he unleashed his fastest speed and changed directions. He swept up Ling Shi, the little cat, and that pitiful spiritual snow hound, instantly disappearing into the forest. More than 80 martial artists chased after them and rushed into the forest. They followed the scent of blood in search of them. How dare you kill my wolf fang? Don't think of living. No matter who you are, you must die. Behind him, a piercing scream could be heard. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. The eternal sacred territory was too cruel. A world like this will turn me into a demon. With Long Chen's speed, if he really unleashed his full power, the other party would not be able to catch up at all. Very soon, Long Chen moved to another place. It was the same wilderness, but Long Chen had already lost his way. Since it was wilderness everywhere, he might as well wander around randomly. Is this considered as causing trouble? Ling Shi asked with lingering fear in her heart. Don't be silly. It's also my honor that you're pretty. I like to cause trouble like this, Long Chen said with a smile. It was not that he had never killed before. Therefore, he was already used to such unprovoked conflicts. The wolf fang had no idea how many battles Long Chen, who looked like a clean person, had experienced. Comforting the spiritual snow hound in her arms, Ling Xi asked, "Where should we go next?" "Anyway, we'll find a slightly more normal place with people. We also want to be friends, right? Otherwise, knowing nothing about this world will be very dangerous," Long Chen said. Just like what happened just now. It was the result of knowing nothing about the wolf fang. If he knew what the wolf fang was and how strong the strongest person in that city was, he would not have to run so much. Big brother, I think that instead of coming to the eternal sacred territory, it's better to see what the 72 divine ancient city is like. It's the closest battle god ancient city. Joining a faction is the fastest way to understand this world. It's also a way to gain support. You can give it a try, Mo Xiaolang suddenly said. It was just like when Long Chen had first arrived in the 3 Emperor domains and joined the Netherworld army. That's not appropriate. Long Chen rejected his suggestion. Why? Mo Xiaolang asked. I want to experience what it's like to be a nomad. There will be a lot of restrictions and restraints if we join a faction. Perhaps fighting outside is more suitable for us to become stronger. Before returning to Eternal Dragon City, I think I should be strong enough to convince people. Before that, maybe I should keep a low profile, Long Chen said. Big brother, you're just afraid that there will be too many experts in Battle God Ancient City and I'll be discovered, right? Mo Xiaolang said what Long Chen was really thinking. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. Don't mess around. I've been tied down for too long. I think it's great to travel around with you guys without any worries. We're of one mind. Once we're in the eternal sacred territory, no one will be able to separate the 5 of us, right? To be honest, no one wanted to be separated. Especially Mo Xiaolang. But the situation between the monster race and the human race was indeed very troublesome. There's no rush. What's urgent is to integrate into this world, Ling Xi said softly. You're right. Let's go. Long Chen once again led the group in exploring the endless wilderness. Wild beasts and poisonous insects continued to attack, but Long Chen felt like he was going deeper and deeper into the wilderness. There seemed to be another forest in front of them. "We seem to have returned to the beginning," Lingxi said softly. This was clearly the forest at the edge of the eternal sacred territory. Long Chen was a little embarrassed. He didn't think that escaping from the Wolffang would bring the group back to this place. He was about to turn back when there was a sudden movement in the sky. One of the stars in the sky transformed into a giant flaming beast. Heaven and earth rumbled as the beast charged in their direction. Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. "Someone is going through the 6th Nirvana tribulation," Long Chen exclaimed and hurriedly left with Lingxi and the others. Although the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth wasn't coming for them, it was very close. The person going through the tribulation was not far from them. He should be in the ancient forest ahead. Chapter 1709. Perhaps because of the level of the eternal sacred domain, this Hellfire Astral Behemoth did not look as terrifying as the last time. But its lethality was not weak at all. Enveloped by the Hellfire Astral, Long Chen could not see clearly what was going on inside. The ground was shaking, and countless wild beasts were fleeing in panic. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames, and he could not see who was passing through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. The Hellfire Astral was extremely terrifying. Long Chen did not leave for now. He wanted to see how the people of the eternal sacred domain passed through the Nirvana tribulation. The ground shook incessantly, and the surrounding trees were all smashed to pieces. There was a violent explosion in the encirclement of flames. From the sound, it should not be a wild beast, but a person. This scene was similar to when the Desolation Emperor welcomed the Hellfire Astral Behemoth. Vaguely, Long Chen could see the ferocious flaming behemoth. Its sturdy body of steel and stone was surrounded by the Hellfire Astral Behemoth, burning fiercely. This behemoth from the heavenly Tao had dealt a terrifying blow to the martial artist. Long Chen gradually saw clearly that it was a middle-aged warrior. He was handsome, slender, and well-built. He wore a snow-white robe and had an elegant demeanor. The most eye-catching thing about him was his long green hair. However, under the violent attacks of the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth, he looked extremely miserable at the moment. His long hair had been burnt into charcoal and his face was dark. It was a horrible sight to behold. The middle-aged martial artist held a saber in his hand. It was a Tao artifact with 8 Tao patterns. The saber was more than 2 meters long and was completely golden in color. It looked like a lion with 3 heads and was incomparably mighty. It was precisely because of this Tao artifact that the middle-aged martial artist was able to forcefully withstand the attack. A Tao weapon with 8 Tao patterns. Sure enough, Tao weapons were very common in the eternal sacred domain. There were probably many ancient Tao weapons that did not exist in the dragon sacrificial continent. After killing the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen's god-slaying sword soared to 6 Tao patterns. The power of the god-slaying sword was gradually revealed. It should not be a problem for it to surpass the golden demon imprisonment column. This man possessed astonishing power. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, he would be another Zhenwu Great Emperor. In the eternal god domain, however, he was just an ordinary member. This long battle lasted for an entire day. Due to the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth's rampage, a large area of the surrounding forest had been reduced to ashes. The land had dried up and was in a complete mess. The might of the heavenly retribution was too terrifying. The middle-aged martial artist was strong enough, but he was not strong enough to pass through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. At this point, he was already at the end of his rope. Of course, the Hellfire Star Behemoth only had about a quarter of its strength left. Just a quarter of it was enough to kill him. The giant beast roared, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The Golden Lion battle saber was knocked away by the Hellfire Flame Star giant beast. The giant beast carried a huge force as it charged towards the middle-aged warrior. The middle-aged martial artist was horrified. He let out an indignant roar and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen protected Lingxi and the others. This guy found us and wants to draw the heavenly retribution to me? This thought flashed through Long Chen's mind. At this moment, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth roared loudly and rushed forward. It rushed in front of Long Chen and swallowed the middle-aged martial artist. It used its teeth to tear him to pieces. In an instant, his flesh and blood exploded in front of Long Chen. The ferocity of the Nirvana tribulation was undisguised in front of Long Chen. Back then, Zhenwu Great Emperor had probably died like this too. Long Chen naturally hated the 18 major tribulations. After killing the martial artist, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth did not dissipate. At this moment, it was extremely close to Long Chen. Therefore, after killing the martial artist, it actually stared at Long Chen. "Want to kill me too?" Long Chen sneered. He did not make a move but waited for the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth to move. Sure enough, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth actually pounced towards Long Chen. Normally, this kind of situation would not happen unless Long Chen angered it. However, Long Chen did not touch it. This could only be said that this was a Nirvana tribulation action. In fact, it was completely based on the mood, which could not be explained. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly opened his divine kingdom. In his divine kingdom, Mo Xiaolang was already waiting. He had already transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf. Just as the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth pounced, the sun-devouring fiend wolf rushed out and instantly subdued the remaining Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. It swallowed it and then quickly returned. In a short moment, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth was destroyed. Mo Xiaolang was the natural enemy of flames. Before he had passed the 9th Heaven Lightning Beast Tribulation, he could already kill 1/3 of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, let alone now. As soon as the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth disappeared, everything ended, leaving behind a world of ashes. The golden saber was stabbed into the ground. Long Chen walked over. No matter what, it was a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. It was a treasure to Long Chen and he could not lose it just like that. But when he approached the golden saber, there seemed to be someone rushing over. Long Chen had just picked up the saber when a middle-aged martial artist stopped in front of Long Chen. Long Chen looked up and was shocked to find that this middle-aged martial artist was the one who had just been killed by the Nirvana tribulation. There was no mistake. It was the same person. The two met and stared at each other coldly. The other party had just arrived and should not have seen Mo Xiaolong's appearance. The other party said, "Your Excellency, this saber is mine. Can you return it to me?" It really was the same person. Long Chen asked, "Didn't I see you die during the tribulation?" The other party suddenly laughed and said, "That was my clone. Seeing that you are still young, you do not know my tribulation method. I split half of my body to undergo the tribulation. Although I can survive, the power of Nirvana I absorbed is very little. It is basically impossible for me to pass the 7th Nirvana tribulation. Because of this, I won the chance to live for another 1,000 years." Long Chen understood. Just like the Desolation Emperor, if he did not completely absorb the power of Nirvana tribulation, it would be difficult for him to pass the 7th Nirvana tribulation. It was reasonable for the other party to use a clone to undergo the tribulation. In order to prevent the Nirvana tribulation from discovering my real body, I hid very far away and only approached after my clone died. I did not expect you to be nearby. So, young man, can you return the saber to me? The other party said very politely. This middle-aged warrior was not as aggressive as the wolf Fong. Previously, Long Chen thought that he had failed the tribulation and wanted to attract the tribulation to him. But it must have been an illusion. Taking someone else's things before they showed any hostility was something that Long Chen disdained. Therefore, Long Chen threw the golden saber to the other party. After putting away his saber, the middle-aged man walked forward with a harmonious smile on his face. He looked at Long Chen, Lingxi, and Kitten and said, "You are a couple, right? Is this your son?" "You are their son. I am their grandfather." Kitten was instantly angry and said while baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, "Sorry." The middle-aged warrior laughed. He was not angry at Kitten's scolding at all. He said, "I guessed wrong. However, you two are a couple. This is definitely true. I can see it from your eyes." He then looked at the spiritual snowhound in Lingxi's arms and said, "What a cute puppy." He only praised it symbolically. Then he looked at Long Chen and said, "Young man, why did you come to the border of the divine territory? If the Star Spirit Supervisor mistakenly thinks that you are trying to escape, you will be killed." Long Chen did not want to answer this question. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "How should I address you?" The other party did not look down on him like the wolf Fong. Obviously, he had discovered that the power in his body was strong. It was not as simple as a second Nirvana tribulation, so he was very polite to him. The middle-aged warrior did not take Long Chen's change of topic seriously. He said, "My name is Xueqi. I am from the Wind Dragon Stream. You should have heard of the Wind Dragon Stream, right?" Long Chen pondered. There must be many other forces under the ancient city of Martial God? Just like the Wolf Fang from before and the Wind Dragon Stream now. Long Chen was extremely lacking in communication with the warriors of this land. Therefore, he could only shake his head and say, "Sorry, I am not too sure." Xueqi was stunned. Then he said calmly, "It's fine if you have not heard of it. Our Wind Dragon Stream is not that big." "Haha, how should I address you, little brother?" Long Chen introduced himself to him. Xueqi said, "I am returning to the Wind Dragon Stream. Could it be that we are fated to meet here? Since Brother Long Chen is generous enough to return my saber, I will invite you to my Wind Dragon Stream. Allow me to entertain you. What do you think? You should know that this is the border of the Dragon Divine Territory. The nearest human gathering place is my Wind Dragon Stream." There was a saying that went, "Those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions." Long Chen understood this well. This person called Xueqi seemed to really want him to go to the Wind Dragon Stream? Although he was suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, it was better to be careful since he had just arrived in the eternal divine territory. Therefore, Long Chen asked, "How far is this Wind Dragon Stream from here?" The other party said, "With our speed, we should be able to get there in about a day's journey." In reality, Long Chen really wanted to talk more with the other party and understand more about the eternal divine territory. He naturally did not want to go to that Wind Dragon Stream. If he went to someone else's place, he might not even know how he died. But if it was a day's journey, Long Chen could talk with the other party for half a day before leaving. Therefore he nodded and said, "Since Big Brother Yen has kindly invited me, I will accept. Please." Xueqi laughed heartily and led the way. The two chatted as they walked. Xueqi asked, "Brother, you have not even heard of the Wind Dragon Stream. You should be from another ancient city of divine descendants?" Chapter 17:10. To this question, Long Chen could only reply that it was inconvenient to divulge it. Making things up might be better than staying silent, so it was better to keep quiet and let the other party speculate. Long Chen didn't care what Xueqi was thinking. He mainly wanted to get more information from the conversation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make up a background. Hence he asked, "Big Brother Yen, can you tell me about the Wind Dragon Stream?" Xueqi was surprised. "Brother, do you want to join the Wind Dragon Stream? That's great news. All right, I'll introduce you when we get back." Long Chen laughed dryly and didn't comment. Xueqi said proudly, "My Wind Dragon Stream isn't big. It can't compare to a first-tier power, but it isn't small either. Counting the years, it has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, and there have been many powerful experts. Although it can't compare to a super-faction like the Martial God Ancient City, it has some fame in the territory controlled by the Martial God Ancient City. It wasn't something that a small force like Tom, Dick, and Harry could provoke. It can be said that within the territory of the Martial God Ancient City, my Wind Dragon Tendon can be ranked in the top 10. Long Chen listened patiently and didn't interrupt. Seeing that Long Chen did not seem to be moved by his words, Xueqi continued, "Our Wind Dragon Stream can be said to have countless experts. There are even 10 warriors who have passed the 9th Nirvana tribulation. Our Stream Master is a rare reincarnation realm dragon martial artist. He was once qualified to enter the 5 great dragon cities, but our Stream Master did not go. You must be curious about what kind of dragon essence blood our Stream Master obtained, right? The so-called Wind Dragon Stream is named after this essence blood. Our Stream Master's essence blood comes from the 9 heavens wind-riding dragon that dominates the 9 heavens." Long Chen was indeed familiar with this dragon. Among the dragon scales in the 9 dragons scripture, there was a wind-attributed 9 heavens wind-riding dragon. He didn't expect such a dragon martial artist to exist in the eternal sacred territory, and one that was already in the rebirth realm. Then, Long Chen had a rough idea of the level of the Wind Dragon Stream. Looks like, at the very least, within the territory of the human race's dragon god domain, other than the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, there should be a large number of forces gathered there. For example, within the ancient city of the war god, there are definitely over 10,000 forces of various sizes. The small forces are about the same as the Wolf Fang army, while the medium forces are probably like this Wind Dragon Stream. The larger faction should be much stronger than the Wind Dragon stream. There will be more Samsara realm cultivators, and the martial god ancient city is the absolute ruler. This was Long Chen's conjecture. Understanding the power of this world would help him survive. Next, Long Chen and Yan Shuya talked about all kinds of issues regarding the Wind Dragon stream, such as the threshold to enter the sect, the number of experts in the sect and so on. Long Chen obtained a lot of information, and also had a partial understanding of this world. As expected, it was not as Long Chen had expected. Why did they need to establish so many forces? That was because the killings in the eternal celestial domain were far too frequent. If one did not have a backer, they would basically be killed. That was why most people wanted to find a shelter. As a result, all kinds of forces were born under the eyes of the 72 ancient cities. This was a world where only martial artists and killing existed. Yan Shuia's words maintained a deep reverence for the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. The martial god ancient city is the descendant of the gods. It's rich in resources and a boundless foundation. It's not something we can compare to. The examination of the ancient cities of divine descendants has always been very strict. If outsiders want to join the ancient cities of divine descendants, they basically have to be at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm or above. They also have to be young enough, and their talent must be strong enough. I won't have this chance in this lifetime. Speaking of this, Yan Shuya sighed softly, extremely disappointed. Ao Zhan yearned for the 5 great dragon cities, and Yan Shuya yearned for the ancient cities of divine descendants. In the eternal celestial domain, the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants really had great authority. As they talked along the way, Long Chen continued to speculate. He basically understood a lot of things that he should know. Just the dragon god domain alone was basically under the control of the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. However, there were also millions of other forces within the domain. There were also many wandering experts, and some of them were clans. The competition in the eternal celestial domain could be said to be extremely fierce, but fortunately, the resources here were also terrifying. Even though the dragon god domain's territory was limited in size, there were countless perilous places of various sizes that few people had ever reached. Some were ancient ruins, some were ruins of sects, some were paradisiacal lands, and some were heavenly treasures and earthly treasures left behind by people of the past. The dragon god domain was filled with countless treasures, immortal essences, Tao artifacts, and so on. These were all things that could help martial artists win battles, become stronger, and survive. What Long Chen had set foot in was only a small corner of the dragon god domain. In the entire eternal celestial domain, there weren't many living people in most places. These places were either filled with desolate beasts or other dangers of the world, some of which were no less dangerous than the Nirvana tribulation. And the places that could normally survive were basically occupied by forces of various sizes. 90% of the entire dragon god domain was wilderness. Yan Shuya was very friendly to him, as if he really wanted to pull him into the wind dragon stream. However, Long Chen had a feeling that this guy had other intentions. There's still half a day before we reach the wind dragon stream, Yan Shuya said with a chuckle. Half a day. Long Chen knew that it was probably time for him to leave. Earlier, he had given Lingxi a look, and Lingxi had claimed that she was tired from walking. Then, Long Chen let her and Kitten enter the God Nation. Now, it was Long Chen who was walking alone with Yan Shuya. When they reached this place, Long Chen suddenly stopped and said, "Big brother Yan, I'm sorry. Something suddenly came up, so I have to leave first. I won't be going to the Wind Dragon stream this time. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely pay you a visit." Yan Shuya was stunned by Long Chen's sudden act. He quickly said, "You've already been on the road for half a day. How can you not go? It's fate that we can meet. Moreover, didn't you want to join the Wind Dragon stream?" Yan Shuya's urgency made Long Chen even more certain that this guy definitely didn't have good intentions. However, why was he doing this? He shook his head and said, "This matter is very important. I can't delay it any longer. Long Chen will take his leave first." After saying that, he stared at Yan Shuya and retreated. Just as Long Chen retreated, Yan Shuya chased after him as expected. Yan Shuya asked, "What's the matter? Can I be of any help? Although I, Yan Shuya, am not talented, I can at least be of help, right?" Long Chen had already sped up. He sneered and said, "That's nothing much. I'm just curious. What exactly do you see in me that you want to bring me to the Wind Dragon stream? Obviously, Long Chen had already seen through his intentions. At this moment, Yan Shuya no longer concealed his intentions. His expression instantly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you've already found out, I won't hide it from you. You aren't qualified to have the spiritual snow hound. If you can give it to me, I can spare your life." So it was because of that treasure-hunting dog? Long Chen thought that Yan Shuya was interested in his dragon martial artist's inherited essence blood. After all, dragon martial artists were easy to sense. That was the prestige and aura that belonged to a dragon. Long Chen suddenly recalled that when they first met, he seemed to have casually evaluated the spiritual snow hound. However, he didn't seem to care too much. It seemed like this guy was a sly old fox. Since Yan Shuya had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Long Chen naturally wouldn't be courteous with him. With a swoosh, Yan Shuya had already taken out a golden saber with 8 Dao patterns. Although this guy wasn't considered to have passed the 6th Nirvana tribulation, his strength was still equivalent to that of great Emperor Zhenwu. When the power of the Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns burst forth, the 3-headed golden lion burst forth as though it was attached to Yan Shuya's body. A wild, murderous aura burst forth. Soul slash. The saber slashed down. A total of over 100 sword auras transformed into 100 golden 3-headed lions. They galloped over, and wherever they went, trees would explode and rocks would shatter. An attack of the same level would definitely cause a large-scale destruction in the dragon sacrificial continent. But here, the commotion was much smaller. That's it. At this moment, Long Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His blood-colored figure instantly swept towards Yan Shuya, and the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Long Chen's speed was terrifyingly fast. He passed through the 100 lions, and not a single attack could actually touch him. So strong. Yan Shuya was taken aback and revealed a look of disbelief. He originally thought that no matter how strong Long Chen was, he couldn't be compared to him. He didn't expect Long Chen to frighten him with just one move. "It's just that I'm fast," he strongly told himself as he waved his saber again. At this moment, Long Chen had already arrived in front of him. On the god-slaying sword, a blood-colored radiance revolved around it. Countless blood-colored immemorial slaughter runes were entwined around it. The murderous aura was incomparably shocking, and there was a divine dragon image revolving around it. Such a terrifying sword was beyond Yan Shuya's imagination. Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword. Although it was executed in his human form, the Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword was close to Long Chen's strongest move. Even the City Lord of the Wronged couldn't dodge it, let alone Yan Shuya. Yan Shuya hurriedly used his golden saber to block. The god-slaying sword slashed down, and the golden saber shattered. The gray blade broke through all of Yan Shuya's defenses. Under Long Chen's powerful attack, it once again exploded with power that caused Yan Shuya to collapse. It pierced into his throat, and gray power spread out. The aura of death instantly caused Yan Shuya to be seriously injured. Long Chen could have killed him with one move, but he held back a little. However, he held back a little. He stabbed the other party with the god-slaying sword and nailed him to the ground. Long Chen stepped on his head so that he couldn't move. Then he asked, "I'm wondering if there's another story behind this spiritual snowhound?" Yan Shuya was still in extreme shock. It was only when Long Chen asked that his dispirited eyes regained focus. He looked at Long Chen with tragic eyes. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and opened his palm. A familiar thing appeared in his palm. It was the rune stone that Kitten had given to Long Chen. "This is a star talisman. Do you understand? Idiot." Yan Shuya sneered. P.S. 18 points and one more update. Chapter 17:11. December 30th. I didn't expect this free month to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already coming to an end. At first, I just wanted to use this free event to let the readers of Dragon's Blood go home, but I didn't expect the number of people to exceed my expectations. From the second week of December onwards, we basically occupied the #1 spot on the click-through list. Maybe there was never such a record before. After a year of serialization, Dragon's Blood War God only had 30 million clicks, but in December, it reached 20 million. The number of clicks shows how many people are reading Dragon's Blood War God. In terms of updates, I also did my best. In December, I wrote a total of 410,000 words, which is an average of 4 updates a day. In the middle of winter, my fingers are frozen, and there are all kinds of tests. Although I don't know if this number of updates is satisfactory, but I really, whether it is my mental or physical strength, I have reached the limit. While other authors are still working hard to write 150,000 words a month, I have already written 400,000 words. I also read books, and I know that even if authors write 50 chapters a day, they will still feel slow. I understand the feeling of waiting for more, but later on, I understand that this is the model of web novels. It is precisely because of this that they are precious. Not many people will cherish something that can be as many as they want. Anticipation, guessing, and desire create the beauty of a book, a television series, or an anime. 410,000 words. I have already shown my sincerity. Even if I write VIP chapters, I will only write 300,000 words. But no matter what, there are a lot of employees who need to rely on reader subscriptions to feed their families. Lunatics also treat writing as their main job. My future and expectations are all on my dream of writing. Without financial support, without a peaceful environment, I think any dream and interest are just a joke. So, from December onwards, the free status of this book will be removed. My brothers and sisters who are reading along with me will definitely know about this matter. This month, Long Chen killed his way into Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfilled his long-cherished wish of 10 years. He married Lingxi and returned with the beauty in his arms. This month, the world was in chaos. The dead city lord tried to use the life force of the common people to revive himself. For his brother, Long Chen charged into the eternal hell without hesitation. Under the baptism of the 9 heavens lightning beasts, he transformed again and killed the dead city lord 9 times. This month, Long Chen finally carried his father's glory on his back. He walked towards that crazy world of slaughter and death, the eternal god realm, and began a new round of war. This month, the Dragon Blood War God was ranked number 1 on the weekly hit list, with an average of 800,000 hits per day, and over 5 million hits per week. This month, the Dragon Blood War God had collected 1,000 of them in a single day. This month, there was too much glory and glory. Perhaps everyone thinks that reading books in peace is enough, but in reality, that's not the case. We have to fight. We refuse to be numb, refuse to be selfish, and do what is right for us. December's results were basically free of charge. In the future, we dragons will not be able to be so awesome anymore. Some of our brothers will still go back to pirated websites to continue reading for convenience and to save money. There was a saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The so-called tree was more or less free. Once free disappeared, everyone had to leave. I think if you want to live, you have to hold on to something. Web novels may be a very important part of everyone's life. You may feel your blood boil because of the characters I write, or even be moved to tears. Everyone should be like me, fantasizing about these stories and dreaming about these people. This fictional world may take up a large part of everyone's living space. In today's society, you have to spend money to do everything. Public transport costs 2 renminbi, a bun costs 1 renminbi, a drink costs 3 renminbi, and a meal in the cafeteria costs at least 5 renminbi. If you live in the city, you can't buy anything below 50 renminbi. As for the Dragon Blood War God's original subscription, it costs 9 renminbi per chapter, and 3 chapters per day. In reality, it's less than 30 renminbi. It's basically the cost of 2 text messages, and 1 meal per month. In order to pursue the story for more than a year, waiting for the new chapters every day, is this 30 renminbi not worth it? A few days ago, there was a promotion on the website, and a reader directly donated 600,000 renminbi to the author he liked. This matter touched me very much. In fact, I don't expect anything from the VIP guests. I only ask one thing, and that is to support the original subscription. The original subscription is the greatest support for me. I'm thinking about my 2nd book, 3rd book, and even more. My dream is to let many people know my name. The Dragon Blood War God was written by Feng Qingyang, and my fans are dragons. I'm called a lunatic by everyone. Hundreds of thousands of people have seen my pen name and read my works. These are all things I'm proud of, but I'm also afraid that the pressure of reality will make it impossible for me to continue writing my dream. I can get half of the 3 chapters per day subscription that costs 30 renminbi. In this society where piracy is rampant, we authors are a vulnerable group. I feel that it's very rare to be able to support the original. It's because of these paying readers that the current prosperity of the online literature industry. Otherwise, the industry would have been destroyed by piracy long ago. If authors can't make a living, who will have the heart to write books? Free for a month. I hope everyone can feel my sincerity. This is a fair trade. I'm not trying to cheat you of your money. We authors just want a fair trade and treatment. Don't say that others are greedy for money. When you grow up, you'll spend more than 6 hours a day writing for a year or even several years, only to earn money for piracy. Perhaps you can understand this feeling. Thank you to my Dragons brothers and sisters for your support. In the new month, because there's no free subscription, the number of views will definitely decrease greatly. However, we have to compete for the most valuable ranking, the subscription ranking. That's the real battlefield. Before November, Dragon Blood was the top 3 selling novel on the entire website. It's the #1 fantasy novel. I'm afraid that because I'm free for a month, I'll fall behind and never be able to recover. If possible, I hope that everyone can subscribe to the original version. Dragon Blood only has 7 to 8 months left. It won't cost much to read all of it. If there's no other way, I won't force you. I only hope that those who can afford it can support me. If you're just a child with limited financial resources, as long as you like Dragon Blood War God and my work, you'll be a Dragons. I'll be grateful. As far as I know, most people have the ability to pay. Dragon Blood War God is nothing more than a battle. We want to fight. You don't want your favorite book to be easily trampled on by others, right? In January, we'll fight for the subscription ranking. Then, I'll make 3 explanations. Important. First, the main website has 2 options: subscription and monthly subscription. Monthly subscription costs 30 renminbi per month. You can read VIP works on the entire website. However, I feel that if you only read Dragon Blood War God or have read less than 3 books, it's best not to subscribe. Subscription is even simpler. You just need to top up your account. If you top up 10 renminbi, you'll have 1000 kilobytes. If you deduct 9 kilobytes per chapter, you can read the original version for more than a month. If you subscribe to a VIP chapter, you'll only earn 2 renminbi per month. On the other hand, subscription costs 9 renminbi per month. It's almost a 5 times difference. In addition, the fans of subscribers are increasing very quickly. Many of them are already at the level of Hall Masters. However, for those who read the same chapters, monthly subscription users may only be disciples. Second, if you want to top up, it's best to use Alipay. Mobile SMS can also be used to top up, but more intermediate fees will be deducted. If you don't have Alipay, I suggest that you buy a mobile top-up card from a mobile phone store and choose Shenzhou Travel Top-Up Card on the computer. Follow the instructions and you'll be able to top up successfully. You can also download an app. After topping up, you can use the mobile app to read. It's very convenient. If you have any questions about topping up, leave a comment in the book review section. Someone will answer it. Third, on the 1st of next month, which is the day after tomorrow, the 3 chapters of the basic update will be released as soon as possible. If the average subscription exceeds 1000, then 2 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 2000, then 4 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 3000, then 6 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 4000, then 10 chapters will be added. I don't have any chapters in stock either. I'm using this method to mobilize everyone to fight together. If possible, I hope that everyone can top up in these 2 days. It's going to be a new year soon. We, Dragons, will also have a new beginning. The so-called average subscription refers to the number of subscribers for a chapter, not RMB. That's all I want to say. 14 years. I'm not young anymore. My future is created by you guys. I don't mean to look down on pirated readers. The current situation of the industry is not created by you guys. As long as you like this book, I'm very grateful. I'll treat you equally. I just hope that if you have the ability, you can support me by subscribing to the original version. Chapter 1712. Star Talisman? Long Chen recalled the effects of the Star Talisman. He heard that it was common in the Eternal Sacred Territory. This meant that the conversation between Long Chen and this guy, as well as some of the private conversations, had already been heard by others. Although he had launched an attack half a day in advance, the other party's reinforcements might have already arrived. How dare you parade around with something like the spiritual snow hound? I think you must be an idiot. I'll give you a choice. Give me the spiritual snow hound, and I can ask my brothers not to kill you and spare your worthless life. Otherwise. Long Chen roughly understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Since this thing is so important, you'll definitely kill me after you get it to prevent me from spreading this matter." So. Just as he said that, there was an ear-piercing sound. Clearly, this guy's reinforcements had arrived. That was how the eternal sacred territory was. Many times, you would be tricked by others without even realizing it. Long Chen, in front of the experts of the Wind Dragon Stream, you can only choose to compromise. Let's see if you have the luck to escape. If you go against the Wind Dragon Stream, you will die without a doubt. Long Chen really did not know where this guy got his confidence from when he was on the brink of death. Perhaps he thought he had scared Long Chen. After all, based on Yan Shuia's age, he guessed that Long Chen were too young to have guts. But when he finished his sentence and looked at Long Chen proudly, the Dragon Star God's slaying sword waved again. This time, it pierced through his forehead and penetrated his primordial spirit. Yan Shuia's eyes widened as he looked at Long Chen in a daze. He did not expect Long Chen to really attack, and so decisively at that. After making the first move, Long Chen didn't say a word. He shattered the star talisman in his hand and prepared to flee. He had no choice but to be careful before he knew the strength of his opponent. At this time, a total of more than a dozen warriors rushed over. They were all middle-aged warriors, and most of them were in the 5th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen could be said to have broadened his horizons. These were the same as him, who had survived the tribulation of the 9th heaven lightning beast. He had never seen so many warriors in his life. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yan Shuia, who had died at Long Chen's feet. More than a dozen warriors, be it in terms of martial prowess or willpower, were about the same as Yan Shuia. Their eyes were cold, bursting out a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Presumably, their strength was not much lower than Yan Shuia's. With so many experts, to be honest, it was really difficult to deal with. Moreover, it was uncertain how many experts there were behind them. If they were really surrounded, then it would really be over. Many ferocious cultivators launched horrifying attacks at Long Chen without saying anything. Set up the frenzied storm saber array. 4 of the cultivators took out the same Dao weapons, each with 7 Dao patterns. They attacked from all 4 directions, and the long sabers in their hands converged. In an instant, the array under their feet gathered, and countless storms formed into a huge array, completely surrounding Long Chen. In the middle of the frenzied storm saber array, a large number of saber aura converged to form a shocking giant beast, pouncing towards Long Chen. There were all sorts of martial artists, and it could be said that they were all displaying their magical abilities in order to kill Long Chen. This was the cruelty of the eternal celestial territory. Long Chen had not been here for long, but he had already faced so many battles. "Big brother, let me help you?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "I can still deal with these people." Long Chen held both swords in his hands. The God-slaying sword was a sword that devoured death, and the Lingxi sword was a sword that killed souls. In terms of speed, Long Chen could be said to be unparalleled. Phantasmal illusion. Using this move in human form, it was not weak either. But under Long Chen's strange disintegration technique of the Tao of Time, the entire frenzied storm saber array collapsed rapidly, and was sent flying in the opposite direction by Long Chen. In an instant, almost all the cultivators were affected. Rumble! Within a radius of 10 miles, all the mountains and trees were directly razed to the ground. 4 of the cultivators who had set up the array were sent flying with their long sabers. These people had basically just passed the 5th Nirvana Tribulation, and in terms of Nirvana power, they were probably far from Long Chen's. After using phantasmal illusion to break their attack, Long Chen did not let go of this opportunity. With the God-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword working together, he used the dual sword technique at a terrifying speed to launch a powerful attack. One sword to kill a god. The cultivator who had cast the frenzied storm saber array had just gotten to his feet when Long Chen chopped off his head like a reaper. The Lingxi sword stabbed down, and the huge killing power directly crushed the opponent's primordial spirit. Surround him and wait for Guardian Zhong to arrive. All the fifth Nirvana Tribulation cultivators used their most powerful techniques. With a glance, Long Chen saw that they were all Dao weapons with 7 Dao patterns, and there were even many Dao weapons with 8 Dao patterns. "You're lucky," Long Chen said to the God-slaying sword. In terms of weapons, the God-slaying sword was actually the king. Long Chen believed that after this round of slaughter, the God-slaying sword would shine with terrifying brilliance in the eternal sacred domain. Kill him. The experts attacked at the same time. In an instant, the earth shook. Among these cultivators, there were all kinds of heavenly Dao. Among them, there were Battle Dao, Flame Dao like Mo Shaolang, and even Massacre Dao. There were all kinds of strange cultivators, and the power they released was different. The thinnest and smallest cultivator at the front should be using the Poison Dao. Under his release, tens of thousands of densely packed thorns shot towards Long Chen. Everywhere they went, the trees were all corroded and turned into powder. This was not the most astonishing attack. There were even more powerful attacks coming from behind. With more than a dozen people attacking at the same time, Long Chen could be said to be dazzled. He could not see anything clearly. He only knew that if he was slightly slower, it was very likely that he would immediately be ground to dust. Long Chen had always been a crazy person, but he was even crazier than others. Under the powerful attack of more than 10 people, he let out an angry roar and charged forward with both swords in his hands. His entire body started to turn illusory. Instant. Eternal. Long Chen even used instant eternity to deal with a mere 5th stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivator. It was because the other party had more people and was too difficult to deal with. Thanks to his eternal split second, more than a dozen martialists and their attacks were frozen in place immediately. Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. On both swords, there were immemorial massacre symbols. Only to see 2 blood-red lights, almost in an instant, flashed past more than a dozen martial artists. In that instant, on Long Chen's swords, after the power of the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword disappeared, the power of instant eternity also began to collapse. What followed was a series of screams. After being imprisoned by instant eternity, the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword descended and killed more than 10 people in an instant. Both swords were dripping with blood. More than 10 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. What followed were their Dao treasures. As long as the Dao treasures were destroyed by the God-slaying sword, they were basically destroyed. Only a few were left, and Long Chen kept them in his God nation. This massacre immediately welcomed a huge harvest. On the God-slaying sword, the 7th Dao pattern began to form on the skull that symbolized death. The power of the God-slaying sword grew stronger and stronger, almost surpassing the golden demon imprisonment column. One day, this sword of death would become the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. More than 10 cultivators that had passed the 5th stage Nirvana Tribulation. Anyone would be shocked by such a scene. Long Chen was also filled with hatred in his heart, which was why he was so ferocious and used almost all his strength to slaughter them. He was deeply aware that if he didn't be ruthless in this foreign world, he would be easily killed by others. On a tree at the side, a cultivator wearing a blood-red robe watched this scene in shock. "Good move. You killed so many people from my wind dragon stream in an instant. Good move." The old man's long hair and eyes were all blood-red. He was not angry, but he had a terrifying majesty that looked down on the common people. There was a divine dragon aura on his body. "You are the Protector Zhong that they speak of?" Long Chen held both swords and retreated lightly. This batch of people that rushed over had been killed by him until only Protector Zhong was left. Therefore, he could temporarily be at ease. However, he definitely could not stay in this place for too long. Otherwise, he might be killed by more cultivators that rushed over. After all, the Wind Dragon Tendons was a rebirth realm dragon martial artist. "Seeing that you are also a dragon martial artist, I agree to let you die under the claws of a divine dragon," the red-haired, burly old man said coldly. Long Chen pointed the Lingxi sword at him and asked, "Can I ask you a question? What is up with this spiritual snow hound?" "I am not sure. I just dislike your method of killing people and stealing their treasures." Although there was no enmity between them, now that Long Chen had killed their own people, the enmity was irreversible. However, the red-haired old man still said, "So you do not know?" This spiritual snowhound was raised by an important person in Martial God Ancient City. It went missing recently, and Martial God Ancient City issued a bounty. As long as this spiritual snowhound was delivered to Martial God Ancient City, they would receive a huge reward and a chance to enter Martial God Ancient City. To most cultivators, this was a huge pie in the sky. It was much more valuable than the spiritual snowhound itself. Therefore, you are undoubtedly courting death by bringing this spiritual snowhound with you. Long Chen finally understood. So that was the case. No wonder the other party not only wanted to obtain the spiritual snowhound, but also wanted to kill him. It was better to stealthily keep such things to oneself. After understanding the most important information, Long Chen suddenly turned and fled. This old man was a dragon martial artist that had passed the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In other words, his strength was almost on par with the City Lord of the Wronged. Of course, he did not have as many tricks as the City Lord of the Wronged. However, if an intense battle broke out, it would probably be quite troublesome. If he remained where he was afraid that an accident would occur. Trying to escape? The red-haired old man sneered. His body began to transform at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, a red divine dragon that was more than 400 meters long spiraled between heaven and earth. It roared angrily as it chased after Long Chen. Chapter 17:13. The 6th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm Dragon was chasing closely behind him. Everywhere it went, be it rocks, trees or rivers, they were all destroyed by its breath. The commotion was huge. On one hand, it was to stop Long Chen, and on the other hand, it was probably to send a signal to the others in the Wind Dragon stream. Long Chen could imagine that if there was a 7th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior chasing after him, it would definitely be a battle to the death that he had no chance of winning. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't dare to relax at all. Apart from the Void Refinement Demon Dragon and the Purple Blood Demonic Dragon, this was the 3rd divine dragon that Long Chen had seen. This divine dragon was able to maintain a length of 400 meters in the Eternal God domain. In other words, when it reached the dragon's sacrificial continent, it was very likely that it would be 40,000 meters long, which was twice as long as Long Chen. This was a red dragon, no different from the dragons in folk legends and paintings. It was also extremely similar to the body of Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was the simplest red dragon. The red dragon was a dragon of flames. The purest fire dragon was the divine dragon of the lowest rank. There were many of them in the absolute beginning era and they had a low status. However, the red dragon at its peak still had the power of the reincarnation realm. The dragon warriors created by the red dragon's blood inheritance were much stronger than ordinary warriors. Everywhere it went, the flames burned everything around it into ashes. The red dragon was very fast, and Long Chen almost couldn't shake it off. However, this desperate rush also caused Long Chen to deviate far from his original direction. Other than this red dragon, there shouldn't be anyone in the Wind Dragon stream who could catch up to him. Of course, it didn't mean that no one would catch up later. Just as the Crimson Dragon was about to give chase, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He turned around and faced the Crimson Dragon quietly. Long Chen's sudden movement startled the Crimson Dragon. He quickly stopped and circled in front of Long Chen, looking down from above. His entire body was enveloped in blazing red flames. The red dragon's burning eyes stared at Long Chen and sneered in the voice of a divine dragon. "Why aren't you running away? Don't you like running away? I've already told you that no matter how you try to escape, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my Wind Dragon stream. Thanks to my star talisman, the young geniuses of the Wind Dragon stream are already nearby." Really? The reason why Long Chen had lured him here was because he was worried that if they were to fight in the original place, there would be other martial artists arriving soon. Now that they were here, it was time to end the battle quickly. "Brat, let me see what kind of dragon you are." The Crimson Dragon roared loudly. His 400-meter-long body swept over, and the surrounding 100 li was enveloped in flames. Since Long Chen had stopped, it meant that he was prepared to kill him. Apart from Wang Chen, this was his second time slaying a dragon. In that instant, Long Chen revealed his divine dragon form for the first time in the eternal celestial realm. When the 200-meter-long blood-red divine dragon appeared in front of the red dragon was taken aback and said, "So you also obtained the blood essence of a red dragon. But why isn't your element fire?" The 200-meter-long body didn't pose much pressure to the red dragon. "Why don't you guess?" At that moment, Long Chen charged at the behemoth in front of him. "You're courting death." The 400-meter-long red dragon roared angrily and charged at him with its claws and fangs bared. The flames on its body formed thick runes, and the temperature of the flames was almost on par with the flames of hell. The red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a 100-meter-wide fireball at Long Chen. "I'll burn you into charcoal, young dragon." The red dragon laughed. But at that moment, the fireball exploded. Long Chen's body rushed out of the fireball and landed in front of the red dragon. When he got close to Long Chen, the red dragon suddenly felt weak all over. It was the feeling of encountering a true superior bloodline, and it trembled instinctively. It looked at Long Chen in disbelief and asked sluggishly, "What on earth are you?" "Something that will make you regret it." Although his body was only 200 meters long, it was much tougher than the red dragon. Long Chen's claws unleashed the massacre dragon seal. While the red dragon was trying to escape, Long Chen's sharp claws instantly grabbed the red dragon's head, making it unable to move. "What kind of dragon are you?" The red dragon's body spewed out endless flames. Rip! Large chunks of flesh were torn off by Long Chen. Just as the red dragon was about to spit out flames, Long Chen's seemingly small body coiled around the red dragon's body. He angrily exerted force and immediately strangled the red dragon, causing it to scream miserably. The power of 6 nirvana tribulations exploded wildly, intending to send Long Chen flying. "I can't let you live." Crash! The 400-meter-long divine dragon was thrown to the ground by Long Chen, creating a huge crater with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. The cracks on the ground spanned over 100,000 meters. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Just as the red dragon was howling in pain, a huge blood-colored sword descended from the sky and pierced its head. After a round of strangulation, only the huge divine dragon's howl was left. Finally, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to split its huge body into two. Wasted a drop of inheritance blood essence. As the red dragon wailed in pain, Long Chen ended its life. This guy was slightly weaker than the City Lord of the Vein. Long Chen could kill the City Lord of the Vein 9 times. If he went all out, he would definitely be able to finish off this guy. It was just that the commotion caused wasn't as big as the dragon's sacrificial continent. Of course, if this red dragon came to the dragon's sacrificial continent, the battle situation would also be very tragic. After killing another person, the god-slaying sword didn't increase to 8 Dao patterns. It seemed like it was very difficult to increase Dao patterns. Dragon martial artists were passed down from the divine dragon. Long Chen maintained a reverence for the divine dragon, so he treasured every drop of inheritance blood essence. That was the divine dragon's heart's blood. However, in today's situation, he had no choice but to kill the other party. Otherwise, he would be in endless trouble. When the huge divine dragon turned back into the red-haired old man, Long Chen took a look at him before leaving. This kind of killing seemed to be the main theme of the eternal sacred territory. This guy used the star talisman to send messages. When the wind dragon ravine knows that I killed more than 10 people in one go, they will definitely send experts to chase after me. This guy must have left some traces. I can't stay here for long. Also, if the news that I obtained this spiritual snowhound spreads, it will be even more troublesome. Ling, she said, it's the pet of the people from the ancient city of martial god. This ancient city of divine descendants is definitely very terrifying. The news spread by the people from that side will definitely cause all the people in the ancient city of martial god to flock to this spiritual snowhound. Big Brother Chen, do we need to throw this spiritual snowhound away? Long Chen shook his head. There's no other way. We've already entered this vortex. It won't be easy to escape unscathed. It's none of your business. It's just that we've just arrived, and we've already fallen into such a vortex. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. We can only take it one step at a time. It turned out that Mo Xiaolang was also very strong, but it wasn't suitable for him to come out now. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just arrived in the eternal sacred realm and already encountered such a crisis. But this kind of intense slaughter suited him. Let's go. Abandoning the corpse of his opponent, Long Chen headed into the depths of the wilderness. The fog in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and the ground was starting to soften. The stench of mud assaulted him. It's probably a swamp up ahead. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Looking back, Long Chen had a feeling that a large number of experts from the Wind Dragon Ravine were chasing after him. Basically, every power had a spy, and the Wind Dragon Ravine was no exception. The news that Long Chen had obtained a spiritual snowhound would probably spread very quickly. If he didn't escape before that happened, he might really be in trouble. As he continued going deeper, the fog became thicker and thicker. The ground had already turned completely black, and there were many venomous insects and snakes slithering about in the forest. It was a terrifying sight. There were no longer any low growls of dire beasts around. It was dead silence. Long Chen roughly understood that he had arrived at a special place. As expected, the ground was starting to sink. Mud appeared beneath his feet, and a large number of bubbles the size of a human head were bubbling non-stop. The fog was especially thick. Chen, said that there's a natural maze in front of us. Those who don't understand maze formations will definitely get lost in this foggy swamp. Lingxi said softly. There was strength in numbers. Long Chen felt this point. Many of his comrades' strengths weren't in battle, but they would still be very useful at crucial moments. The 9-Hell illusionary butterfly would spend most of its time on Lingxi's body, forming a butterfly tattoo on Lingxi's snow-white back. It gave Lingxi an enchanting aura. Every time this happened, Lingxi would be able to use a portion of the 9-Hell illusionary butterfly's abilities, which were the hallucinatory abilities. Can you find a suitable way out of this foggy swamp, allowing us to pass through it and shake off our opponents at the same time? Long Chen probed. I think I can, Lingxi said with a blushing face. She was especially excited when she could be of help. I'll leave it to you. Long Chen laughed heartily as he led her into the huge swamp without any hesitation. This swamp was very famous in the area, and was called Daming Tianzi. It was said that most people who entered this natural maze would never be able to come out. It wasn't just the maze, the poisonous bugs, serpents, and desolate beasts were all very frightening. They hid in the mud and concealed their auras. It was unknown when they would strike a fatal blow, so most people didn't dare to enter Daming Tianzi. However, the greed of humans was endless. But now that the person carrying the treasure had entered Daming Tianzi, no one else would be afraid. Long Chen began to enter the depths of this boundless gloomy swamp. He and Lingxi advanced side by side, walking into this filthy gloomy world filled with death. 18 p.m. 2 chapters. 12 p.m. 3 chapters. As tomorrow's update, I'll execute the following explosive update rules. Update 3 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 1,000, then I'll add 2 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 2,000, then I'll add 4 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 3,000, then I'll add 6 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 4,000, then I'll add 10 chapters. I don't have a stockpile either. I'm using this method to mobilize everyone to fight together. Chapter 17:14. The truth was that Long Chen didn't feel that much pressure. The Eternal Life God domain wasn't like the 3 realms and 9 worlds, and his opponent wasn't City Lord Wronged. Long Chen didn't have as many restrictions as he did, and could go all out without worrying about the lives of the common people. Fighting in the wilderness was what he was best at. Since they wanted to play, he would play along with them. The mist was thick and heavy. From time to time, skeletons would emerge from the dark mud. They must have been here for quite some time. Long Chen and Lingxi floated above the endless mud as much as possible. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements beneath his feet. He had a keen sense of smell, and he knew that this Daming Tianzi was a relatively dangerous place. But because of this spiritual snowhound, he had to take a gamble. Basically, if he could pass through Daming Tianzi, he would be able to shake off most people. The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly wasn't good at illusion techniques, but its ability to break through illusions was extraordinary. With Lingxi's help in this aspect, Long Chen was like a tiger that had grown wings. And just as he began to venture deeper into Daming Tianzi, Wind Dragon Stream's pursuers finally arrived at the edge of Daming Tianzi. There were more than 30 people in this group. Most of them were dressed in green robes with a green divine dragon embroidered on their chests. It was the same as the Wind Dragon Stream martial artists that Long Chen had killed before. The Wind Dragon Stream martial artists were tall and slender, with elegant temperaments, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. There were also about 10 young and beautiful women in the group. Their strength was on the weaker side, but for them to reach this level at their age, they could be considered geniuses. In the middle of the Wind Dragon Stream group, there were a few giant horse-like beasts. These were desolate beasts with a meter-long horn that shone brightly. Their bodies were covered in green dragon scales, and their feet were covered in green flames. Their eyes burned with ghostly flames, and they were shockingly savage. These were the deadly dragon-scale ghost horses. However, these dragon-scaled ghost horses were now pulling a tall and luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage, there were many women's coquettish grumbles and the lewd men's sinister laughter. It was extremely explicit. However, the other warriors of the Wind Dragon Stream didn't care about it at all. Young Master Qin. He should have run into Daming Tianzi. Daming Tianzi is a world of snake-type desolate beasts. The ferocious beasts there are extremely ferocious. There's even a ferocious snake like the Holy Infant. Are we still going to pursue him? A delicate young girl said respectfully to the carriage's driver. At this time, the door of the carriage opened, and a handsome young master with messy clothes sat inside. Beside him were several beautiful and sexy girls who were almost naked. They were leaning on the handsome young master and flirting with him. The handsome young master's hands were moving up and down the breasts of two beautiful girls. While kissing one of them, he said vaguely, "Chase. Why shouldn't I chase after him? That's a spiritual snow hound, something that the great beauty of War God Ancient City lost. This is a rare opportunity for this young master. How can I not chase after it? But the vicious snake Holy Infant? That's nothing. This young master is one of the top 5 experts of the Wind Dragon Stream's new generation. I can't even deal with a Holy Infant? Hurry up and chase after him. Also, don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Come, beauties. This young master will pamper you a little." One by one, this young master's golden spear is already hungry. With his sinister laughter, the carriage's door closed once again. Everyone looked at each other and without a word, they advanced towards Daming Tianzi. After entering Daming Tianzi, everyone began to feel fear. But even so, they did not dare to talk rashly about young Master Qin. Not only was he powerful, he also had a powerful backer in the Wind Dragon Stream. It was rumored that his father had a close relationship with the Stream Lord. More importantly, young Master Qin was one of the more outstanding snow-wind spiritual dragons among the 20-plus dragon warriors in the Wind Dragon Stream. He ruled over the storm and blizzard heavenly Das, and his combat strength was astonishing. The Wind Dragon Stream's team entered Daming Tianzi in a grandiose manner. Long Chen was already a third of the way in. He used his 2 swords to open the way. The god-slaying sword was getting more and more important. Long Chen basically relied on the god-slaying sword to kill. In Daming Tianzi, there were large numbers of poisonous bugs. For example, what Long Chen was facing was a group of underground spiders. Long Chen could not name this spider. Its combat strength was similar to that of a desolate beast. More importantly, it was highly venomous. Its diameter was nearly 10 meters long, and there was a huge human face on its back. Different spiders had different expressions, and their faces were also different. That was the face of the strongest person they had swallowed alive. If a species from the eternal god domain was placed in the lower realm, they would become demons. After Long Chen sent all the ghost-face spiders to the western paradise with the god-slaying sword, he continued forward. As expected, there were many obstacles along the way. Luckily, he had Lingxi to lead the way. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to pass through Daming Tianzi. Far behind him, there was a clamor of noise. It should be the people from Wind Dragon Stream catching up. I wonder if there are any experts among them. Despite being in a trap, Long Chen was still able to remain calm. Daming Tianzi was huge, but because of Lingxi, Long Chen had made great progress. He was almost halfway through and had entered the true center of Daming Tianzi. In front of him was a boundless, churning mud. It was as though there were countless huge beasts rolling in the mud. The commotion was shocking. Deep and strange sounds came from the depths of the mud, sending chills down one's spine. In the God Kingdom, Xueqi suddenly said, "Big brother Long Chen, big sister Lingxi, there seems to be a lot of snakes approaching." She had been transformed into a half-human half-demon existence by the Dark North snake race's ancestral secret technique. She had the bloodline of the primordial 9-colored snake in her body. It could be considered an accident born of fate. Because of the snake bloodline, she was very clear about the aura of snake-type wild beasts. Just as her voice faded, Long Chen similarly sensed it. He stood in front of Lingxi to protect her. After all, she was a girl. She would be more afraid of things like snakes. At this moment, with Long Chen as the center, All the mud in a radius of 5 kilometers began to boil like boiling water. Countless mud exploded and shot into the sky. Around Long Chen, snake-type desolate beasts of various sizes began to emerge from the mud. Damning Tianzi was a world ruled by snake-type desolate beasts. Long Chen looked over. His vision was filled with snakes hissing at him. There were large and small ones. The large ones were more than 100 meters long, while the small ones were only the size of a thumb. But even the size of a thumb was rather terrifying. The surrounding snakes formed a sea of snakes, and in an instant, Long Chen was drowned. There were at least 1 million of them. There were all sorts of desolate beasts. Some had thick bodies with thick beast-like claws. Some were covered in blood-red eyes. Some were covered in thorns and thorns. They looked different, but they had one thing in common. These snake-type desolate beasts were all extremely savage. Their eyes were blood-red, filled with the desire to kill. They did not have any intelligence, and there was only wildness in their bones. Long Chen was strong, but in the encirclement of 1 million enemies, it was difficult for him to gain any advantage. Furthermore, if he caused such a huge commotion here, the people from Wind Dragon Stream would definitely sense it. When that happened, it would definitely attract a greater danger. I'll break out. Long Chen let Lingxi enter the Divine Kingdom. It would be more efficient for him to break out alone. Yes, head in this direction. Lingxi pointed in a direction. Just as Lingxi entered a safe place, the 1 million desolate snakes pounced over. Their speed was terrifying, and some of them could even soar into the sky. They spread their wings, completely blocking off any space for Long Chen to escape. At this critical moment, Long Chen held his sword with both hands. For the following battle, he had to conserve his nirvana force. He had to use his physical strength to break out of the encirclement. In front of him, there were at least 1,000 desolate snakes attacking him at the same time. Long Chen increased his speed and passed through the desolate snakes. Everywhere he passed, blood splattered. In a short moment, Great Dream Tianzi was dyed red. Seeing their own kind die, a large number of desolate snakes let out hateful hisses. They launched attacks that were not afraid of death, and actually managed to push Long Chen back a few times. The densely packed desolate snakes did not have any space to move. Perhaps only by transforming into a divine dragon could he escape quickly. Otherwise, even if he broke out of the encirclement, the millions of snakes would endlessly chase him. Big brother, let me help you. There was no one around, so Mo Xiaolang could provide some strength at appropriate times. Long Chen opened up the Divine Kingdom and let the sun-devouring demonic wolf rush out. Xiaolang was currently in the form of a demonic beast, not much different from a desolate beast. The biggest difference was in his eyes. He was a demonic beast with a clear mind. As soon as he appeared, Mo Xiaolang spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Everywhere it went, all the desolate snakes were frozen into ice sculptures. Long Chen followed Mo Xiaolang and escaped quickly. In terms of battle, their coordination was unparalleled. With Mo Xiaolang's help, Long Chen had a much easier time. By the time Mo Xiaolang returned to the Divine Kingdom, at least 100,000 desolate snakes had been killed. Their corpses piled up high in the mountains, and fresh blood dyed Great Dream Tianzi red. After this period of delay, the people from Wind Dragon Stream had probably noticed the commotion here and were chasing. Let's go! Long Chen swept out with the god-slaying sword. 81 wordless Formula Grey Death Sword Qi slaughtered the 81 snakes in front of him. Using this opportunity, he broke through the encirclement. With his speed, he disappeared into the darkness. As for the countless snakes, they dove into the mud and slithered on it. Hundreds of thousands of snakes hissed and chased after Long Chen, until they could no longer find any traces of Long Chen. After escaping, Long Chen felt a sense of trepidation. He looked at the vast world around him. The dangers of the eternal god domain had far exceeded his imagination. The people from Wind Dragon Stream have closed the distance. This swamp is also full of danger. Let's hurry and escape. Then, let's see if we should lose this spiritual snowhound. If this worthless puppy caused the 5 of them to get into trouble, then they could only give up.